look forward to the collective effort of peace-loving country in the Indo-Pacific region and around the world to strengthen deterrence capability and resilience, deepen the coordinate mechanism, maintain peace, economic, and prosperity, and uphold a rule-based international order. This will help to us to resist the expansion of authoritarian states and prevent the Indo-Pacific region and humanity from being plunged into another catastrophe of war. Although building deterrence capability comes with cost and risks, the catastrophe of war and the impact of authoritarian powers dominating the international order would far outweigh the cost of building deterrence. This is also the theme of today's security dialogue. I hope all participants may derive valuable conclusion. Once again, I welcome you all and look forward to the fruitful outcomes of the conference. Once again, welcome, and I'm very sorry, my English is very poor. Thank you, everybody listen. I hope today everyone happy. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opening remarks. Thank you, Chairman Huo. Now you may return to your seat. Thank you so much. And following that, I'd like to welcome Dr. Qiu Chuizheng, Minister of Mainland Affairs Council, to the stage and address for the opening ceremony as well. Please welcome Minister Dr. Qiu Chuizheng.
国防院或董事长，李执行长，我们外交部吴次长，陆委会沈副主委，还有立法院陈永康委员，U.S. Ambassador Kerry Craig, and other distinguished representatives, scholars, experts, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my great honor to participate in this symposium. Today we will explore the security challenges around the world, and we will focus on the security landscape of the Taiwan and the world given the challenges posed by China. In this regard, I appreciate this opportunity to meet with you, exchange our view regarding the current cultural situation and our government cultural policy. Authoritarian regime in Asia and Europe pose a serious threat to the international order in a way we have never seen before. And this also affects regional security and stability. Since Xi Jinping took power in the 2012, the mainland China has been dominated by the neo-totalitarian based on the two extreme developments, extremely centralized leadership and extremely fanatic nationalism. Their so-called strong nation development path is one without democratic governance, checks and balances, or the effective way to reduce the risk from the decision-making mistake and the mismanagement. This is why our road for the mainland China development is full of uncertainty, could stir up the unrest in the region, and its long-term challenge to the rule-based international order. To ensure the CCP one-party rule and the one-man rule, its leadership will continue champion national rejuvenation while adhere to its political stand on Taiwan and its engagement for the cultural relation. Moreover, it's not committed to renouncing the use of the force against Taiwan. Xi Jinping brought the term limits to extend his tenure. It's precisely in order to achieve what called the national unification, resolving the Taiwan issue during his time in office. And finally, completing the historical mission of the national rejuvenation. This ambition is no doubt the root causes of the risk in the Taiwan Strait. I now give you a short briefing on our cultural policy. Actually, it's easy to understand our cultural policy since the former President Chai was elected in the 2016. Our government has promoted our cultural policy based on the maintaining the status quo of the peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. I would like to emphasize our government position is firm and consistent, and also in line with the expectation of the international community and the well-being of the people between Taiwan and China. And we have spent no effort in sustaining the status quo and maintaining the cultural relation, which means we maintain the both. We maintain the Taiwan democracy, freedom, human rights, and rule of law, and other universal values. And we maintain the peace and the stability in the Taiwan Strait. Although the interaction and the dialogue between the two sides have been cooling down and even suspended since the COVID-19 pandemic for almost 4 years. And we hope two sides can sit down and talk without any political precondition on the basis of the mutual respect, dignity, and equality. We hope the leaders of the other side can display the wisdom and the flexibility toward a win-win future for the both sides of the Taiwan Strait. Over the past year, Taiwan has adhered to the policy of maintaining the status quo in the Taiwan Strait. However, it must be noticed that in the Taiwan Strait, it's not static and calm, but it's an ever-changing dynamic. Exactly, who is trying to alter and undermine the status quo? It's Beijing authority, who has been escalating their military intimidation, diplomatic pressure, and economic coercion. Their attempt to erase the sovereignty of our sea have strengthened the status quo of the peace and the stability in the Taiwan Strait and the region. Next, I want to talk about the China-Taiwan policy. Simply put, China-Taiwan policy is rich, negative, without flexibility. They insist Taiwan must accept their so-called 1992 consensus, which they define as their one China principle. I want to point out, if we accept the 1992 consensus, that means we must accept Taiwan is part of the PRC and the China framework and the process for unification. That's why we have not, and will not, accept any political preconditions due to the principle of the Taiwan sovereignty and democracy. In addition, the Xi Jinping remarked the January 2nd, 2019, known as the Xi 5 points, are the guidelines for the China-Taiwan policy. Actually, all these 5 points only refer just one thing, which to unify with Taiwan or against Taiwan. Xi has sped up his political agenda to unify with Taiwan under the roadmap of the one country, two system model for Taiwan. Since then, cultural relations have entered a new era at this critical moment. Second, Xi redefined the so-called 1992 consensus as the two sides of the Taiwan Strait belong to one China and should work together for national unification. Xi redefinition leave no room for the ROC Taiwan interpretation of the what one China mean, and leave no room for the existing ROC Taiwan. Furthermore, Xi said he would not renounce the use of force against Taiwan. Therefore, the so-called 1992 consensus is only path toward the unification with China. Accepting the 1992 consensus simply means accepting unification of the one country, two system model which China promotes. Taiwan refused to accept the CCP political preconditions or his aim of unifying with Taiwan. And then we face the challenge and the intensifying pressure from China, such as the military threat, diplomatic separation, economic coercion, lawfare, and social infiltration. In addition, CCP also used a series of the cognitive, psychological, united front and gray zone tactics against Taiwan. Moreover, CCP has linked the Taiwan issue to its unshakable commitment to the national rejuvenation. Therefore, Xi's policy toward Taiwan will only become more assertive and aggressive. Xi Jinping emphasized that unify with Taiwan is a historical mission of the CCP under his rule. Although the Taiwan faced unprecedented pressure, our determination to safeguard our sovereignty and the democratic system have never been so strong. This is our bottom line. On this point, there is no room for compromise. We never succumb to the separatory and the intensifying pressure from China. Taiwan never surrender. Going forward, both now and into the future, our government's policy commitment to a peaceful, stable, cultural relation will remain unchanged. Our government will also maintain a non-provocative and a non-adventurous attitude to prevent a serious conflict from the breaking out in the Taiwan Strait. President Lai has also been following the four commitments as a consensus of bottom line of the Taiwan society, which are committed to a free and democratic constitutional system of government. And we commitment, ROC and the PRC should not to be subordinate to each other. and the commitment to resist any action or encroachment upon the Taiwan sovereignty. And most importantly, commitment that the future of the ROC Taiwan must be decided in accordance with the will of the Taiwan people. As a responsible member of the global community, we are willing to facilitate meaningful dialogue under the principle of the parity, dignity, if the Beijing authority sincerely want to resolve the difference between the two sides and improve the cultural relation. As long as there is rationality, equality, and mutual respect, we are willing to work with the Beijing authority to create a mutually agreeable arrangement for upholding peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. This is our shared responsibility. Facing the China intensifying pressure and threat, we will carry out President Lai the 4 pillars of the Peace Action Plan. The first, we will strengthen our national defense. Second, we will improve the economic security. Third, we will strengthen our partnership with the like-minded and the democratic country. The last pillar is the stable and the principled cultural leadership. Taiwan will keep on our resilient cultural policy and do our best to maintaining the cultural status quo. Taiwan looks forward to your understanding and support. Finally, we are joined today by the distinguished experts in the many fields. I wish today's symposium the fruitful result and the greatest success. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister Cho, for your statement, and thank you for addressing for the opening ceremony. Please take your seat. And following that, I would like to invite all of our guests and speakers to the stage for our first group photo at the very beginning of this forum. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as your name is called, please just come forward to the stage and to the steps. Firstly, I would like to welcome Mr. Yoichi Kato. Please come forward. And Dr. Bonnie Lin. Vice President Vina Najipura. Secretary General Nagano Reiko. Doctor, please come to the stage. And then please welcome Dr. June Teufel Dreyer. Admiral Tomohisa Takei. Dr. Jacques DeLeo. Rear Admiral Katsuya Yamamoto. President Soo Ki-han. Director Marcin Jerzewski. Professor Ivan Kanapathy. Mr. Drew Thompson. Director General Yogeshi Kumar Joshi. And also, please welcome Deputy Minister Wu Zhizhou, Deputy Minister Shen Youzhong, Minister Qiu Chuizheng, Chairman Huo Shouye, CEO Li Wenzhou, the Honorable Kelly Kraft, the Honorable Pierre Andrieux, and also please welcome Director Christopher Sharman. Thank you all for joining us our group photo. And please follow our staff's instruction. Okay, later after we count down 3, 2, 1, don't forget to look to the front, to the camera. Okay, now we're going to take, all right. Okay, now ladies and gentlemen, please show your brilliant smile and look to the front. Okay, 3, 2, 1. All right, and the second photo. Ladies and gentlemen, please do a thumbs up gesture for this remarkable event. And the thumbs up, which the gesture, which means traditional gesture in Taiwan. Oh, please look to the back of our social media. Okay, please look to camera of our media. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay, another photo. One more, please. All right. Thank you so much. Many thanks to all of our guests and speakers for gracing the opening ceremony of Taipei Security Dialogue with your presence. Now let's give it up to the event and wish our conference a great success. Thank you all so much for your participation once again. Now you may return to your seat. However, due to scheduling commitment, Minister Cho will be leaving the forum. So ladies and gentlemen, please give him a round of applause to express our gratitude to Minister Cho. Thanks to his participation this morning. All right, and in the next part is our first keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our great honor to have the Honorable Kelly Craft, who is former United States Ambassador to Canada and the United Nations, as our first keynote speaker today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Kelly Craft to deliver an opening speech.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Deputy Minister, my American colleagues, the distinguished guests, and of course, our press. I've read that Taiwan is home to 5 of the 7 species of sea turtle. You know, maybe I'm just a sea turtle at heart, because sea turtles return to the place they're born, and I've returned to the place I love. It is so good to be with each of you today. On my last visit, I walked the old streets of Taipei, feast on steamed soup dumplings at Din Tai Fung, and joined you for the celebration of Taiwan's National Day. But the absolute highlight of my trip was the visit to the National Palace Museum, which holds the largest collection of Chinese art and artifacts in the world, rescued from the ravages of the Civil War in 1949. I was so moved by what I saw that I purchased a replica of one of your national treasures, an intricately carved jadeite cabbage, which is displayed proudly in my family room as a daily reminder of the time that I spent here. With your commitment to protecting these great works of antiquity, Taiwan is preserving the patrimony of Chinese people everywhere. And with your commitment to protecting freedom and democracy, Taiwan is preserving the hope of Chinese people everywhere that they too can enjoy one day the blessings of liberty. Every Chinese person on the face of the earth wants what you have here in Taiwan: freedom, opportunity, the right to chart your own destiny, and to build better lives for your families. Since my last visit, Taiwan held its 8th free presidential election. Nearly 14 million Taiwanese citizens went to the polls earlier this year, the most in any Taiwanese election since you embraced democracy 3 decades ago. Fully 72% of your citizens went to the polls to choose their leaders, a higher turnout than almost every other democracy in the world, including the United States, Canada, Great Britain, and France. The people of Taiwan cast their ballots in the menacing shadow of a totalitarian regime that sees the simple act of voting as an existential threat and treats every Taiwanese election as a chance to intimidate the people of this island. In exercising their inalienable right to choose their leaders, the citizens of Taiwan show enormous courage, and their commitment to democracy is an inspiration to the world. After 2 successful terms in office, President Tsai respected the term limits enshrined in Taiwan's constitution and handed power to a democratically elected successor. By contrast, on the mainland, Xi Jinping abolished the term limits enshrined in China's constitution and last year claimed an unprecedented 3rd term as the nation's absolute leader, putting him on track to remain in power for life. In Taiwan, President Lai and Vice President Tsai won with 5,586,019 votes, defeating 2 opposition party challengers. On the mainland, Xi Jinping secured a 3rd term by a vote of 2,952 to 0 in the National Party's Congress, a body made up of party officials chosen by him. Xi won without facing a single challenger within the Communist Party, much less an opposition party, and without receiving even a single vote from an ordinary Chinese citizen. That's not all. Taiwan has presided over 3 peaceful transfers of power from one party to another since 2000. On the mainland, there has not been a single transfer of power since the Chinese Communist Party seized power by force in 1948. In Taipei and Beijing, we have 2 models for the future of the Chinese people. One is a vibrant society where individuals are free to pursue their dreams. The other is a totalitarian nightmare where dissent is banned and prosperity is reserved for the regime and its cronies. Beijing wants the world to believe that freedom and Chinese culture are incompatible. The Chinese people value order over liberty and prosperity over democracy. Taiwan is showing the world that democracy is the path to prosperity, that when freedom and Chinese culture mix, they produce a kind of dynamic, prosperous civilization we see here today. The facts speak for themselves. Last year, Taiwan was ranked the 14th richest country in the world. China was ranked 77th, despite having 60 times Taiwan's population. Today, Taiwan's GDP per capita is $34,430, more than 2.5 times that of mainland China at $13,140. With your commitment to freedom and free markets, you are producing an unprecedented prosperity for your citizens. Taiwan is a beacon of hope for the Chinese people and a beacon of hope for the world. And I am proud to visit this great bastion of democratic capitalism and stand with you. I was proud to serve as President Donald Trump's ambassador to the United Nations, where I stood up for Taiwan and stood up to the Chinese Communist Party each and every day. And since leaving the UN 4 years ago, I've traveled across the globe from Tel Aviv to Taipei, and I've seen up close what all of us have seen in the news. From Europe to the Middle East, the world's tyrants are on the march. Russia has invaded Ukraine, Iran-backed terrorists have attacked Israel, and China is menacing this peaceful Pacific island. The world is on fire, with wars raging on 2 continents. And we must make sure that the fires of war do not spread here as well, because, as President Lai put it during his eloquent and moving inaugural address, peace is priceless, and war has no winners. So I want to talk to you today about our shared responsibilities in securing freedom and peace here in the Indo-Pacific region. Since my arrival, the number one question people have been pulling me aside and asking, will Donald Trump win the election? Well, I think he will. And only one president in American history has lost the White House and come back to regain it in 4 years. That was in 1892 when President Grover Cleveland ran against President Benjamin Harrison, the man who had defeated him 4 years earlier. Cleveland became the 22nd and the 24th president. If Trump wins, he will become both the 45th and the 47th president. And I believe he is going to do just that. Here is why. No administration in my lifetime that has unleashed as many calamities as the Biden-Harris administration. On their watch, Americans have experienced the worst inflation in 40 years, the worst crime wave since the 90s, and the worst border crisis in American history. Abroad, the enemies who attacked us on 9/11 took back the safe haven from which they planned these horrific attacks. And expansionist Russia has invaded its neighbors. Americans are being held hostage overseas again. Iran and its proxies are attacking our ally, Israel, and firing hundreds of missiles at U.S. forces in Iraq, Syria, and the Red Sea with utter impunity. So I come here today with a very simple message. There is a strong chance that Trump is coming back. So what will this mean for Taiwan? First, I believe that deterrence will be restored across the world, from Europe to the Middle East to here in East Asia. A wise man once said that weakness is provocative. Well, over the past 4 years, America has been projecting weakness on the world stage, and our weakness has provoked a wave of violence and aggression unseen since the Cold War. When Donald Trump was president, the world was at peace because no one doubted our resolve. Consider his record. Trump was the toughest president on Russia since Ronald Reagan. He raised U.S. defense spending near historic highs. He made America an energy superpower again. He eliminated the Islamic State's physical caliphate. He drew a red line with Iran's leaders, warning that if they or their terrorist proxies killed a single American, Iran would pay a price. And when Iran crossed that red line, he took out Iran's terrorist mastermind, Qasem Soleimani. He recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital. He brokered not one, not two, but 3 Arab-Israeli peace accords. A diplomatic achievement that would have earned anyone else the Nobel Peace Prize. And he is the only president since Ronald Reagan on whose watch America has not been dragged into a new war. He didn't retreat behind a fortress, America. He made our adversaries retreat. He projected strength and secured peace. And I am confident he will do the same in a second term. Trump is going to expect some things from our friends and allies across the world, particularly friends like Taiwan, who are under threat. He will expect you to carry your weight as a security partner. I come here today as a devoted friend of Taiwan, someone who fought for this island at the United Nations and who cares deeply about the fate of this beautiful island and its extraordinary people. And as a friend, I'm going to speak candidly. Taiwan is wealthier than Germany, Europe's richest country. It is wealthier than South Korea, the United Kingdom, and Japan. Your rapid growth has been called the Taiwan miracle. But you know what? In truth, it's not a miracle at all. You are showing that when given the chance to live in freedom, Chinese people are capable of building one of the most innovative, prosperous, democratic societies on the face of this earth. But with success comes responsibility. In the U.S. Constitution, our founders declared that one of the first responsibilities of democratic government is to provide for the common defense. And since President Tsai took office in 2016, Taiwan has increased its defense investments by 5% every year. You now spend 2.5% of GDP on defense. Let's put that in perspective. That is more than all but 6 members of the NATO alliance. But considering the existential threat Taiwan is under, I would ask, is that enough? I don't think so. Taiwan will spend nearly $20 billion on defense next year. By contrast, China will spend $230 billion, more than 10 times that. And China is investing that money in capabilities specifically designed to conquer this island. In the face of this threat, Taiwan must do more for its own self-defense. For example, one of our NATO allies under the most threat from Russia today is Poland. In 2022, Poland, like Taiwan, was spending about 2.4% of the GDP on their defense. But in the wake of Russia's invasion of neighboring Ukraine, Poland's leaders recognized that these investments were not enough. They watched as Russian troops poured across Ukraine's border and reached the outskirts of Kiev, despite the Western security guarantees Ukraine had received 3 decades earlier in exchange for giving up their nuclear weapons. And they watched as America's initial response was not to defend Ukraine, but to offer President Zelensky a flight out of the Ukraine capital, to which he responded, "I need ammunition, not a ride." In that moment, the Poles decided that notwithstanding the U.S. security guarantees enshrined in Article 5 of the NATO Charter, the only way to truly guarantee their own security was self-reliance. So over the past 2 years, Poland has doubled its defense investments. This year, Poland is spending more than 4% on GDP on defense. And next year, it will be spending 5%. And Warsaw is doubling the size of its standing land forces to 300,000 troops. Those investments are making Poland the defense colossus of Europe. They are establishing deterrence with Russia, which knows it can never succeed in invading Poland or its neighbors. This is the model for Taiwan. You must become Poland of the Pacific, a nation that, while deepening its defense ties with America, is simultaneously building itself into an unquestionable military power no nation would dare threaten. Taiwan's democratic neighbors in the Pacific are taking these lessons to heart. Australia just announced a record $37 billion defense budget and is purchasing nuclear submarines from the United States and Britain. Japan has announced plans to raise its defense spending by $315 billion over the next 5 years, an increase of more than 50% that will give Japan one of the largest defense budgets in the world. It is time for Taiwan to make increased defense investments of similar scope and scale, and it cannot wait another minute to do so. President Biden has slow-rolled delivery of weapons to Kiev, taking months and even years to provide Ukraine with F-16s, Patriot air defense, M1 Abrams tanks, and ATACMS. He can do this because Ukraine has a long, porous border that make it easier to deliver weapons to Kiev and resupply Ukrainian forces amidst the fighting. But Taiwan is an island. That makes it harder to invade, but also much harder to resupply once a war begins. So the question Taiwan's leaders should be asking right now, if China invaded tomorrow, what will we wish we had done? And you must do that right now, right away, without delay. Taiwan needs more anti-ship missiles, mobile ground-based air defense capabilities, smart mines, anti-aircraft guns, mobile cruise missile launchers, and unmanned intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance systems. You need increased defense against ballistic, cruise missiles, and UAV attacks, like those that recently defeated Iran's attack on Israel. You need more precision strike systems as well as the counter-strike capabilities that can hit targets on mainland China and take out Chinese airfields, supply depots, command and control. You need to invest in low-cost, high-effectiveness asymmetric capabilities, including unmanned surface vessels, unmanned aerial vehicles, and naval mines to disrupt a Chinese blockade or quarantine. The model here again is Ukraine, which recently broke a Russian blockade of its Black Sea ports and forced the Russian Navy to withdraw from Crimean reports without a traditional navy of its own. They did so by using a combination of domestically produced unmanned sea drones and US-made long-range anti-ship missiles, which sank a third of the Russian Black Sea fleet and drove the Russian Navy out of the Ukrainian territorial waters. Taiwan must be able to do the same to the Chinese Navy. You need stronger offensive and defensive cyber warfare capabilities so you can both withstand and deter Chinese cyber attacks on your electrical grid and communication networks while threatening China with cyber attacks of your own. You need to strengthen your digital resilience by increasing low Earth orbit satellite communications and receiver stations in the event that China attempts to sever undersea internet cables. You need to strengthen your domestic defense industrial base, so you can churn out weapons in wartime. You need to dramatically increase emergency stockpiles of food, petroleum, coal, natural gas, and medical supplies, and increase domestic energy production, including expanding nuclear power. Taiwan's standing military consists of just 190,000 personnel, less than 1/10 of China's standing military. And while you have 2 million reservists, only 300,000 are required to undergo yearly training. That is not enough. I have no doubt that the Taiwanese people will show courage and determination if their democracy was threatened by Beijing. But our goal must be to ensure they never have to do so. And the only way to do so is to make sure that Beijing knows that Taiwan has both the will and the capability to defend this windswept island of democracy. They must understand that any effort to extinguish the spirit of freedom of the Taiwanese people will fail. I have confidence in the people of Taiwan, particularly the younger generation, and they are not likely to give up their liberty and way of life easily. History has shown that once while roused, free people always do what is necessary to confront evil and secure liberty. Let us pledge together to do what is necessary today to make sure that they never have to rise to freedom's defense and to secure a future of freedom and peace for the great people of this magnificent island. During my service as U.S. Ambassador to the UN, I worked tirelessly every day to fight the systemic discrimination against Taiwan and to stand up to the bullies of Beijing who threatened you. In turn, you have always treated me like family, welcoming me into your hearts and showing me the unrivaled kindness and hospitality of the Taiwanese people. And so I'm here to return your kindness by sharing with you the best advice I have for navigating the next Trump presidency. The secret to getting along with Donald Trump is doing your part and carrying your weight. If you're willing to do that, he will be the most reliable friend and ally you can imagine. And I believe if Taiwan does its part, the second Trump term will usher in another great era of U.S.-Taiwan relations and a new era of peace in the Taiwan Strait. Let me close by saying this. I recently watched a trailer for a new 10-part Taiwanese television series called 0 Day that will air next year, depicting a Chinese blockade and invasion of Taiwan. The scenes that unfold are truly horrific. Widespread looting as shortages of food and fuel take hold on the island. A financial meltdown as citizens find their ATM cards disabled and bank accounts frozen by PLA cyber attacks. Foreigners desperate to be evacuated. Mass confusion as China takes over Taiwanese television stations and floods the internet with disinformation. You know, these events at this moment, they may seem unimaginable to many here, just as it seemed unimaginable to many in Ukraine that Russia would invade their country, bomb their cities, and commit horrific atrocities against a people Putin claimed are brothers and one people. But it happened. She also considers the people of Taiwan and China one people. And as he has just been as clear about his intentions towards Taiwan as Putin was in Ukraine. She has declared that resolving the Taiwan question and realizing China's complete reunification is a historic mission and unshakable commitment of the Communist Party of China. Sending a message that you will not be deterred by their threats will require historic defense investments, investments that will not only increase Taiwan's military capabilities, but demonstrate your commitment and willingness to sacrifice to defend your freedom and way of life. If you do your part, and I believe America will do its part as well, together we will make certain there will be no 0 day in Taiwan.
Many thanks to Honorable Kelly Pratt. Thank you for your inspiring talk. Please have a seat, and thank you so much for your support and advice to Taiwan. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. The next session, Conversation 1, will begin at 9:15. So there's about 5 minutes break. So also, we prepare some refreshment and beverage outside of the hall, so you may feel free to enjoy. But don't forget to take your seat properly so that we can begin our next event as scheduled. Our next session is about to start in 1 minute. So ladies and gentlemen, please come back to the venue and return to your seat as soon as possible. Thank you once again. Dear honored guests, may I have your attention please? Please come back to the venue and join our next session as soon as possible. Don't forget to take your seat so that we can begin the event as scheduled. Thank you. Our next session is about to start very shortly. So ladies and gentlemen, please come back earlier and then return to your seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Taipei Security Dialogue. At this point, we'll proceed to our Conversation 1, Democratic Challenges and Resilient Enhancement. There are 3 discussions in this session, as you can see, respectively from France, United States, and Japan. Each discussion is offered 10 minutes to deliver his presentation. So now please welcome our moderator, Dr. Shen Youzhou, Deputy Minister, Mainland Affairs Council, Republic of China. And now I'll turn the floor to Dr. Shen Youzhou, please.
非常欢迎各位今天早上的莅临哦。Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Youzhou Shen from Mainland Affairs Council, Republic of China, Taiwan. I would like to express my gratitude to the INDSR Institute of National Defense and Security Research for their hard work in arranging this conference. And also extend a warm welcome to all our friends from abroad who have traveled a long way to be here. The topic of this conference this year is about the challenges from China and Taiwan and global security. In the current violent international situation, the challenges posed by authoritarian regimes to democracy is a global issue that we all face. In Europe, the Russia-Ukraine war is keeping going on, while in the Indo-Pacific region, there are growing threats from China and North Korea. Right now, we all know that Taiwan is the country which facing various forms of so-called maximum pressure from China, such as military threats, economic coercion, disinformation and fake news, or gray zone conflict in Taiwan Strait and the South or East China Sea. Given the critical democratic challenges we face, it is crucial for us to unite and strengthen our resilience. In this panel, we have 3 discussants. Welcome Mr. Andrea, who is former ambassador of France, and Professor Dreyer, who is the professor of political science from Miami, and Mr. Take, who is former chief of staff of maritime self-defense of Japan. The 3 discussants come from Europe, the Americas, and Asia, and they bring experience in diplomacy, academia, and the military. I believe this will be a very engaging and insightful discussion. Now welcome the Ambassador of France, Mr. Andrea, please.
Thank you very much. Really, so, Mr. President, Mr. Minister, allow me to thank the Institute for National Defense and Security in Research for the invitation, and I am so proud and honored to be among you this morning in Taipei. So about democratic challenges and resilience enhancement. Democracy, the rule of law, and human rights are the foundation and fundamental. Just I have some problem here. Just it's always a problem. So democracy, the rule of law, and human rights are the foundation and the fundamental principles of the EU, of the European Union. They are enshrined in the Article 2 of the Treaty of European Union, the TEU. These principles and values are not just political ideas, but help ensure trust between European citizens and their institutions. In an era marked by misinformation and political polarization, reaffirming the commitment to this principle is indisputable. But democracy is also an essential part of our social market economy. The complementarity between democratic institutions and a functioning market economy is necessary. Democracy is not only good for business, it is essential for a society that values economic participation, social inclusion, and inequality reduction. This balanced focus on democracy and economy is also described in the Copenhagen criteria for the EU membership. They highlight our comprehensive approach of governance. Rule of law and the adoption of liberal economy play a central role in accession negotiations between the candidate countries, the Eastern Partnership, the Western Balkan countries on one side and the EU on others. At the same time, democracy in Western countries, especially in Europe, has some specific challenges. Illiberal and authoritarian parties are putting it at risk. These challengers use 2 strategies to gain support. First, they claim to be democratically legitimate. Second, they polarize societies to create a false binary choice. In order to stop them, Democrats need to counter both. Fortunately, despite these mounting challenges, democracy in Europe and Taiwan is going strong. Their democratic institutions remain stable. But 2024 is a huge test for democratic politics. This year has been labeled as a super election year. More than 60 countries and approximately a quarter of the world's population are heading to the polls to choose their parliaments or presidents. Elections are being held in the United States of America, in India, and in the European Union, the European Parliament. And on January 6th, it was held in Taiwan. Within the Union, national elections took place and were planned in France, Portugal, Croatia, Australia, and Lithuania, as well as in the United Kingdom. These elections are being held while democracy is being challenged. While it continues to be the home of the most developed democracies in the world, the United States and the European Union, in particular, are also encountering significant challenges to democracy. These challenges can take the form of external interference and pressures from certain countries. For instance, the PRC for Taiwan, Russia for EU countries, and the US. These interferences are often confusing to the mind. But they can also create internal disorders. That is especially the case in 3 EU countries, and even 4, Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, and Hungary and Slovakia. Illiberals have succeeded in significantly weakening liberal democratic institutions. Moreover, illiberal and authoritarian-leaning parties are on the rise in almost all European countries, threatening democratic institutions and norms. I can cite the case of France and Germany, where the last elections gave some convincing results regarding the solidity of democracy. Generally, in Europe, illiberal parties at the left and right of the political spectrum have reinforced their positions after the last parliamentary elections. We have to remember that modern challengers to democracy are not as coarse and open about their extremist ideologies, especially at the far right, as their predecessors in the 1990s. They are not trying to take power by force, but skillfully build a strategy around claiming democratic legitimacy, while they create and exploit societal polarization. Despite their claim to democratic legitimacy, the liberal norms and institutions that make democracy meaningful and lasting, such as civil liberties, the rule of law, the separation of powers, and even the liberal economy. Furthermore, illiberals divide society into their supporters and their enemies. Such polarization is toxic because, unlike normal debates about policy preferences, it derails and trusted interaction between citizens with different views. On their side, autocratic regimes in some countries, such as Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran, are also resilient. They were able to adapt, survive, and learn from one another how to overcome political and economic crises. That is especially the case with Moscow and Beijing. As we know, China observes very closely the Russian difficulties in Ukraine during the war, and the application of Western sanctions against Russia to draw as many lessons as possible. Autocracy shapes international relations in profound ways. Modern autocracy has adapted the strongman model by incorporating sophisticated surveillance technologies and financial structures. As with Russia, modern autocracy does not exclude armed and hybrid attacks against other countries to destabilize and impose Islam. In such a complex context, it should not come as a surprise that democracies around the world are discussing and have already put in place measures to strengthen the resilience of democracy and electoral processes, especially when authoritarian countries have demonstrated strong resilience as Russia did. In this respect, the European Union has been particularly active. As the President of the European Commission, Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen, warned in her 2022 State of the Union speech, and I quote her, "For more than 70 years, our continent has marched toward democracy, but the gains of our long journey are not assumed. Many of us have taken democracy for granted for too long. A large majority of EU citizens are worried about disruptions that could threaten the democratic world, especially through cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, and foreign interference in electoral processes. The Commission has placed the protection of democracy among its programmatic priorities. In 2020, it presented the European Democracy Action Plan to strengthen democracy. In 2023, the Commission reviewed the implementation of the plan and identified areas that could be further developed. The European Parliament has also taken the protection of democracy very seriously. As its President Roberta Metsola indicated when addressing the European Council in 2024, the 2024 European Parliament elections will be a test of our systems and makes our job of getting the message across even more essential. She also stated, "We know how far other actors will go to try to disrupt our democratic processes. We are seeing attempts in many states to push the resilience of democracy and European elections against disinformation, misinformation, and propaganda from actors hostile to the European project. It is a threat that we must be ready for." Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot for the presentation by Ambassador Andrew. I think the Russia-Ukraine war demonstrates that even a regional conflict, no country in the world can remain unaffected. And helping Ukraine and support Taiwan is helping democracy. Now welcome the second presenter, please.
My press work, or okay, it works already. Well, I'd like to talk something I regard as the other quad. And this is not the one that you normally think of, which is India and Japan and the United States. and Australia. This one, it doesn't resemble a quad that you normally think of, which is a square or perhaps a rectangle, and you see students walking back and forth to class. And this one is doesn't have equilateral sides. It's more like a gravitational field with pushes and pulls of countries going on. And Taiwan being the smallest nation in this grouping, Japan, the United States, China, and the United States, is the most susceptible to these gravitational pulls from the other. Now, given China's apparently unchanging devotion to annexing Taiwan, I never use the term unification, it's misleading, would see that the safest position for Taiwan is in a triangle, as close to the triangle as you can get, with China on the one side and the other three countries linked together. And now what about the United States? I think Ambassador Kraft has given you an excellent summary of where the United States is here. And the Biden administration has at least twice indicated the United States would back Taiwan if attacked. And I noticed that there are media, OS says, the State Department immediately walked the statement back. And this irks me because I noticed that what the State Department said isn't walking it back exactly. It says, what State says is, and I quote, "There has been no change in the one China policy." This, ladies and gentlemen, is not walking the statement back. China insists that there's been no change in its policies for the last 30 years, and you have seen changes in its policies. In other words, nations cheat. Now, the bottom line, I think in the absence of some egregious, highly unlikely act by Taiwan, you can reasonably be confident that the United States is going to defend Taiwan. So this leaves Japan as the odd country out of the analysis, and that's what I'm going to focus on. And here again, I'm saying that this leg of the triangle has been, it's not only been getting short, it's getting shorter. And I've read several times that Japan only recently began to see Taiwan as vital to the Japan defense. And this is not just true. This is simply not true. It came up in 1972 when they were discussing normalization with China, and the voice got drowned out by the business interests who wanted to trade, understandably, with China. And then it came up really openly in 1978 when the 1978 Treaty of, quote, peace and friendship between China and Japan was being debated. And the then minister, no, not minister because there was no ministry, the head of the Japan Defense Agency, Shin Kaimaru, was discussing this with the then United States Minister of Defense, Harold Brown, and he said openly that Taiwan was vital to the defense of Japan and also Korea. And this upset the then Prime Minister Fukuda, who was trying to get that very controversial treaty approved by the Diet. And so he made Kanemaru apologize. And the next day, Kanemaru called a press conference, and he told the press conference that what has always been in my mind unwittingly slipped from my mouth. So that's not really a retraction. Now, fast forward over a lot of history to the end of November 2021, and that is the recently ex-Prime Minister Abe, in a virtual appearance in Taiwan, said that any contingency concerning Taiwan would be an emergency for Japan. And here's the important part. A Chinese attack on Taiwan could meet the conditions for Tokyo to use military force. This was a shocker. Nobody had said anything like that. And then, less than 2 years later, 2023, another former prime minister, this is Taro Aso, visited Taiwan. This is, again, very, very strange because very unusual and very unprecedented, because at that point, Aso was no longer prime minister, but he was LDP Secretary General, a very important position. And he said, Japan must be willing to fight to repel a Chinese invasion of the island militarily. Wow, a lot of raised eyebrows. And now, a lot of questions. Did Aso represent official Japanese policy, or was he speaking his private views? And Aso did not reply, but 2 days later, someone who had been with him, also an LDP Diet member, Keisuke Suzuki, said he knew that Aso had discussed the issue with the Japanese government officials beforehand, and therefore he concluded it was reasonable to assume that Aso's view was not Aso's personal regard, but a result of arrangements with Chinese, government insiders. And he added that, quote, I think the Japanese government clearly regards this as the official line. So there you go. The triangle becomes shorter, the legs of the triangle. And now, Chinese political analysts see this too. In 2021, one of them said, again very publicly, that Japan is using Taiwan as a bargaining chip to keep Chinese interests in the area, in the region, in check. So China also sees and doesn't like the shortening of that Japan-Taiwan leg. Now, what does this mean in terms of Chinese behavior? I see my time is already getting very short. No one can see it. They have a clock here that tells you exactly the second how much time you've got left. And, you know, being a professor, I can't talk for 10 minutes. So this is really tough. Japan, as you've heard already, has substantially increased its defense budget. Fiscal 2025 is the first year in which Japan's budget request, of course that means request is not done deal yet, for defense spending exceeded 8 trillion yen, and that's big. In terms of weapons, the Japan Coast Guard is going to get its largest ever multi-purpose vessel, and they've also set up plans meticulously to feed and house an expected exodus of refugees from the fighting, even to calculating how much drinking water per day is going to be needed. So, I mean, this is organization. They are expecting something. They've set up a new cyber force, and there's going to be a new satellite constellation link. They've got 10 already, but it turns out that they don't communicate with each other very well to deter invasion. And this new one is going to advance information gathering capabilities. Now, so that's what Japan is doing when itself. What's doing with others, with the United States, there's a major revamp of the U.S. military command in Japan is happening. I haven't got time to talk about the details, but this is big. Secretary of Defense Austin has said this is the most significant change to U.S. Forces Japan since its creation, and one of the most important, strongest improvements in 70 years. This will now have a 3-star U.S. general, and they're hoping for a 4-star in the near future. With other countries, German warships are participating in joint naval exercises with Japan. Germany doesn't have any dog in this fight in terms of territory, unlike the others, but it's vitally important to the status of Germany as the world's third largest economic power. Just recently surpassed Japan for that. Now, France has interest in the Asia Pacific and understands all too well the consequences for itself if the South Pacific comes under Chinese control. Japan now attends NATO meetings. Stoltenberg would like to have it, I see, but Macron has reservations about joining NATO, and Japan has expressed interest in joining the Five Eyes. Now, there are problems here. The Japanese have failed to recruit their number of volunteers for the FDF. The recruitment has fallen under 50%, and it's not likely to get any better because there are better jobs than being in the military, and also because the Japanese birth rate continues to decline. So it ain't perfect. These measures are going on. We're afraid to go too far. It seems, and I'm going to quote here, off-the-record comment by a former Deputy Secretary of Defense, we're afraid to go too far. What China is accomplishing is a silent takeover. And the difficulty for us is, okay, it's crossing China's red line. And China is expert at deciding it's been provoked, even when not everybody else would agree it's provoked. So how far do you want to go? And as the Deputy Secretary of Defense said, look, I love Taiwan, and I imagine he's speaking for the State Department here, everybody loves Taiwan, but we have to be careful not to want Taiwan to death. And that's the eerie truth. China is eager to do a provocation, and very inventive. So this leaves us, and I leave you, with a quandary. how much tighter can we make those legs of the triangle without provoking something? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dyer, for your presentation. I'm personally very impressed to see such a multi-level approach to increasing cooperation and collective defense in Indo-Pacific. China's threats in the Indo-Pacific region continue to grow, and only through cooperation we can deter China's ambitions toward Taiwan and maintain the status quo in Taiwan Strait. So we hope the multi-level cooperation will be still work after U.S. president election this year. Now welcome the last presenter, Mr. Take, please.
Thank you for having me. I'd like to discuss the importance for democracies to strengthen resilience through a whole-of-nation approach. Based on the lesson of the war in Ukraine, let me first highlight two changes in the strategic environment that require democracy to become more resilient. They are first, the increasing complexity of global structure, and second, the stabilizing nuclear power balance. As for the first change, the global structure has become tripolar or more fragmented, and it is no longer possible to organize it simply the democratic authoritarian rivalries or great power competition. The war in Ukraine has clearly shown, in addition to the authoritarian and the democracy, there are the countries that do not want to belong to either groups. We saw it in the UN General Assembly resolution on the war in Ukraine. As you know, United Nations had three functions to stop the war. One is a Security Council, and the other two is the International Court of Justice and General Assemblies. The UN Security Council failed to stop the war because of Russian veto, and Russia ignored the order of International Court of Justice. Seeing that Security Council was not functioning, the United Nations held emergency special session on March 2nd, 2022, where a majority of 141 countries voted in favor on a resolution condemning the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, while 5 countries opposed and 35 countries abstained. The outcome of this vote is very, very extremely important. This is because 35 countries, or about 18%, took a neutral stance in the resolution, which means that even in case of war, in case of clear violation of sovereignty or international territorial integrity of the UN member states, a certain number of the countries that would not oppose it. Another emergency special session on April 7, a resolution was passed to suspend Russia from UN Human Rights Commission, with 48% of the country voted in favor of the resolution. In other words, more than 50% of the country did not give that their approval. The number also has important meaning for democracies because the United Nations cannot act in unison even on the values that are critical for democracy, that is human rights. This means that when something happens for both democracies and authoritarian, those who incorporate more on the third group will be able to justify their action, even though it is a clear violation to the international law. Chinese-Russian approach to the third group, as well as their diplomatic response to the Hamas terror, can be explained in the same context. Moreover, the use of Hamas by China and Russia to expand their influence could fragment an already polarized world structure. It was predictable that the UN Security Council could not act unanimously to deal with Hamas terror. What complicated the situation was some countries that voted in favor of the resolution condemning Russia voted against the resolution condemning Hamas. The situation indicates the global structure, tripolarized by the war in Ukraine, is further fragmented by terror of Hamas. the protracted war in Ukraine has brought about two changes in the strategic structure of Europe. Their enlargement and division. Countries like Finland, which perceive Russian authoritarianism as a threat, joined NATO, while countries like Hungary, which saw the economic benefit in good relations with Russia, disrupted the unity of the United EU and moved closer to Russia. What we have learned from NATO is, even in a decade-long alliance, weak links become target for status quo changes. We must ask ourselves how to adapt our security posture to the emerging global structures and how to make the solidarity of democracy more resilient in the fluidized strategic environment. And the second reason that democracy needs resilience is destabilization of the strategic nuclear power balance, which has shaken the credibility of U.S. extended deterrence to democracies. The democracies face four allied authoritarian countries at the same time: Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran. Three of four are in East Asia and all nuclear powers. Although China is now near peer competitor with the United States in nuclear weapons, in 10 years it will be peer competitor in both nuclear and conventional power. Regarding the war in Ukraine, it is said one of the reasons why the situation has not improved despite Ukraine's desperate struggle is United States government is prioritizing preventing war from escalating into an exchange of nuclear weapons and becoming World War III. Instead of prioritizing a victory of Ukraine. It is generally believed that Biden administration was deterred by Russia's nuclear intimidation at the outbreak of the Ukraine war. If China becomes peer competitor of the United States in nuclear weapons in coming years, it will cast a shadow over the credibility of U.S. extended deterrence in the Asian democracies. We must accept the fact that presence or influence of the United States is already declining. This must be our point of view to thinking about national security of coming years. Based on this, first, we need to strengthen the national resilience of our country as a whole to cope with the new strategic environment so as not to become a weak link in democratic countries, while firmly strengthening the unity of allied, friend, and like-minded countries. And second, we need to think about what we didn't have to think about in the past strategic environment, as well as what was unthinkable in the past nuclear power balance. For Japan and Taiwan, it must be the Taiwan contingency in the emerging new strategic environment. Thank you very much. I stop here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Take. I totally agree with your opinions as you speak. Just today's Taiwan Strait will be tomorrow's Basi Channel. The Basi Channel is the gateway to the South China Sea. And I think the status quo in Taiwan Strait to maintain the peace and the stability is very important, not only for Taiwan, but only for all the countries in the world. So it's right now to help Taiwan to maintain the peace and the stability and the status quo and in the Taiwan Strait. I think now we still have almost 20 minutes. So does anyone have questions or comments on this sideway? No one? So please.
Hi, G-Man from IBSR. I would like to, since there is time, I'd like to hear June's presentation that she could not fit in her 10 minutes. Thank you.
An invitation to talk, just what I needed. Well, what I wanted to emphasize in the talk is the growing realization that the security of Taiwan is not just the security of the Taiwan Strait, it's the security of the Asia-Pacific region. And that is what I think there has been too little attention to until very, very recently. I think Ambassador Kraft mentioned something very interesting. If there's a war tomorrow, ask yourself what we would have done differently. And there are a lot of things we could have done differently, but suppose you're China. What you're asking yourself is what would we have done differently? And what I would, if I were trying to put myself in the position of the Chinese, I would say we moved too quickly, too fast on too many fronts. And I have always been concerned with Taiwan. My first visit here was in 1982. And I had heard very bad things about Taiwan from my professors at Harvard. It was this dictatorship, and it had martial law. And I got here, and I expected that the sidewalks would be rolled up at night. And instead, what I found were vibrant night markets, and people running back and forth on motorcycles. And the illegals at that point, political party, the Danwai, which became the Ninja Dang, they were campaigning on every street corner. And I thought, what kind of martial law is this? So, as I say, I've always felt that Taiwan has a special place for me. But it seemed to me that the rest of the world didn't care that much. And they thought, oh, well, China will eventually take over Taiwan, and our problems will be over. And then they discovered that Taiwan was making moves on the Diaoyu/Senkaku Islands, and in the South Pacific, and so on. And all of a sudden, the interconnectedness of this became really to the fore. And at that point, you find quads and squads. The squad has the Philippines in it, which is now concerned as well. And these vital straits, the Bosher Strait, the Taiwan Strait, the Miyako Strait, are somehow all connected with this spider web of Chinese desire to dominate. They should have moved more slowly, and they would have gotten away with more. And G-Man, I would love to discuss this with you further. Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking.
Does anyone have any questions or comments? Yes, please.
Hi, thank you, Bonnie Lin from CSIS. Really fascinating panel. I wanted to go back to the topic of the panel, which is democratic challenges and resilience environment. And I wanted to ask for perhaps recommendations from the panelists on what you think Taiwan can either do more for its resilience, or what your respective countries could do more with Taiwan for Taiwan's resilience. I just wanted to open that question to the panelists. Thank you.
All of us could answer this question, but what I think Taiwan could do is institute a much better recruitment system for the military. And I know Ambassador Kraft touched on this a little bit, but that current system of, 3 months, and you can get exemptions for all kinds of things, is very, very deleterious. Military weapons are getting more and more sophisticated. You need time to train on them, and this is not time. They're not getting that training time. This is extremely important. And it won't do to say, oh, well, we can do public service instead. And I also think there's a vital need to beef up cybersecurity defenses. And now I'll let somebody else talk.
So, thank you very much. very difficult question. Before coming here, I consider what is the resilience for the country. It's easy for the military, but resilience for the country is a whole issues. For example, from diplomacy, economy, and military, and the others. I think in my definition, resilience in the context of national security would be the ability to absorb the shock of the incident and to restore and continue government function. Continue the ordinary social life like Ukraine. And it is the most important point for the country. Resilience is the ability or skill that is built and acquired over time. It not can acquire the one night or overnight. In case of Taiwan, the geopolitical, the value of Taiwan is very, very valuable, and for Japan and the other country as well. And unfortunately, as some member mentioned, Taiwan is an island country, very difficult to fight alone. So, in Taiwan's case, there is the Taiwan Relation Act. United States will certainly intervene, come to defend Taiwan, but it may be delayed. US will may be reluctant initially to intervene militarily. That the case is imaginable. So Taiwan government and military and the Taiwan people, they should have capability to fight protracted war of attrition until US and Japan and the other countries come to support Taiwan. I think that is the resilience of Taiwan.
Yes, just personal remarks to try to answer to your question. It's first time that I'm in Taiwan, and I must say that my impression is I see before my eyes a country prosperous and democratic country, and that is maybe the most important means for resilience of the country, because I see that the people of Taiwan is ready really to defend this way of life, and that democracy they don't want they want to continue to have it. And from my point of view, that is the most important point in that question.
Any question? Yes. Thank you. I'm Yamamoto from Japan Sasuka Peace Foundation. I have one question for the participant. So, I am a Japanese people. From our Japanese perspective, standpoint, so I totally agree with your panelist comment. However, for example, the global South countries and others, so do not necessarily have the same value as we do. So, particularly some of the global South countries have sympathy or affinity for continental China. So, how can we, our international community, get the understanding and the approval of these countries? Do you have any comment over answer? Thank you so much.
Yes, about Global South. Of course, Global South is a sort of assembly of different countries, which the common view is that they are opposed to West and to developed former colonial countries. But I don't believe in the solidity of this alliance, because all these countries are very different agendas. For instance, when you see People's Republic of China and India, they are strategically very inimical to each other. So, of course, since they are solid, these countries as most of the population, economically they are very strong, but I don't believe that they could represent sort of danger for the stability and the peace in the world. Again, India, for instance, has a different alliance with Western countries. They have alliance, they are allied in the United States, in the Quad, for instance, in Pacific Ocean. So it's sort of alliance of circumstances and not more.
I don't think there is such a thing as the global South. I think we've invented it. And there's no solidarity in this group, and we must not let ourselves be taken over by Beijing's narrative. And it seems to me that, in essence, what Beijing has said is, in essence, to itself. We know we can't make any headway with the developed countries. You know, Europe is just beyond us. The Baltic states even left the 17+1 alliance. And we've got to create solidarity with the global South. They love us. Oh, I'm sorry, the only words I could think of, and I'm not going to say them, are crude. Put it that way. There is no group there. These nations are intimidated because of their trade relationship with China to mouth China's instincts. That doesn't mean they're going to fight in a war. And as China's economy continues to decline, which I think it will, so will the willingness of these countries to back China, even in lip service, and they're certainly not going to back it militarily.
So, looking at the current couple of years of UN Security National General Assembly, we can say that even the democracies often come together and break apart according to their national interests. This is real. So it is very difficult to unite the whole nation to be one thing. So I think the best way is it seems realistic to organize a coalition when interested country on a case-by-case basis. So there are some democracies cannot participate in the one group, and the non-democratic, all democratic country, also different kind of democratic country will participate as a group. I think this is a realistic way, and it is very important that democratic values we believe cannot unite the world, and excessive insistence can be lead antipathy for this country. So unite case by case is, I think, the best way for us. And the peace time to strengthen the relationship with allied, friend, and like-minded country to be able to unite in case of emergencies. I think this is the best way. Thank you.
So we still have almost 4 minutes back. I have also one little question for you. How do you evaluate if Donald Trump come back to White House? We just hear about Kraft just speak about that. Do you think the geopolitics will be changed in EU or in East Asia?
Yes. It's difficult to answer to this question. Of course, I don't want to go in the internal affairs of the United States, and it's difficult to say something about this. Wait and see who will win this election, who will be the next president. It's difficult to say, but I think the interest of the United States and of the democratic world will not change toward Taiwan and the defense of Taiwanese way of life and independence.
question. I thought he. What was surprising to me, in the good sense, was how little Biden's policy toward Taiwan and Asia have changed under Biden. And I am in despair over the election, Ambassador Kraft. I'm not as optimistic as you are, but I think that, frankly, the idea of President Kamala Harris worries the heck out of me. I don't know where she stands in terms of foreign policy, and all I can hope for is that her advisors will give her wise advice and tell her to continue the Biden-Trump policies. But the problem with, as the great Prussian military theorist Karl Clausewitz said, is you can never predict what's going to happen. This was followed on by the great American philosopher Yogi Berra, who said prediction is always difficult, especially about the future.
So when Mr. Trump came to White House again, at that time Japanese people think why there is no Prime Minister there. He was killed 2 years ago. He is a good friend of President Trump. Anyway, the situation, strategic environment of Asian Pacific, no change. The center of economic growth is currently shifting to the Indo-Pacific. I think there is no difference of importance of the Indo-Pacific, no importance of the peace and stability and the Taiwan Strait. But so, whoever becomes the President of the United States, Mr. Trump as well, I think there is no change in the U.S. policy to the Indo-Pacific and no change for geopolitical situation in East Asia, I agree.
Thank you once again. We have to stop here. Thank you once again for your excellent presentation. Thank you.
All right, many thanks to Deputy Minister Shen for moderating this conversation, and also like to express our appreciation to the three discussants for sharing your perspectives. Thank you so much, and please have a seat. All right, and afterwards, we'll continue to our conversation, next conversation. I think they would like to take a group photo after the talk. Just a moment. 好，我们来照相. Please take a photo together. Okay, look to the camera in front. Please show your brilliant smile. 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you so much once again. Please give it up for the discussion and our moderator, Shen. All right, afterward, we're moving on to our next conversation. Conversation 2, China's long-term global strategy and security challenges. And there were also 4 discussions in this section, respectively from the Republic of Korea, India, United States, and also Canada. Each one will be offered 10 minutes to deliver their presentation. First of all, I think I would like to firstly welcome our moderator, Mr. Chen Yongkang, legislator of Legislative Yuan. And then our 4 discussants will be President Soo Ki-han, Institute for National Security Strategy, Republic of Korea, and also please welcome Yogesh Kumar Joshi, Director, General Center of Contemporary China Studies, India. Please welcome. Also, please welcome Director Bonnie Lin, China Power Project and Senior Fellow for Asia Security, Center for Strategy and International Studies, United States. Lastly, please welcome Vina Najibullah, Vice President, Research and Strategy, Asia Pacific Foundation of Canada. All right, and now I'll turn the floor to our moderator, Legislator Chen, please.
Morning again, distinguished guests, honorable visitors here. I really consider this a great honor and privilege for me as a moderator for the second session on today's important subject, the China's long-term strategy and global security issues. I was a retired Navy guy, 40 years uniform service. So I'm very happy to echo today Ambassador Crafts has mentioned how can we increase defense budget and also build up a strong resiliency to support the defense deterrence capability. In this dynamic changing world, everything's connect everything. PRC tried to integrate the three pillars to support their strong, ambitious goal, to reach the ambitious goal. Namely, it's geoeconomy. They try to dominate the market. The local people, population, high tax. This is an economy dominance. Also, they try to use a political goal, like using the BRI to contact different end users to develop their influence. Lastly, the most importantly, is they continue to build up the military capability, so can assure they can reach their goal to break through the second island chain. Today, we're facing the great challenge, not only across Taiwan Strait, because the Taiwan Strait is not a single nightmare scenario if the conflict happens. From South China Sea, Taiwan Strait, East China Sea, including the Senkaku Island, also can connect to the Korean Peninsula. So we have to understand how to crisis prevention instead of crisis management. This is important. So we have to share and learn from each other beyond the background experiences and the lesson learned. And especially nowadays, high technology, like Ambassador mentioned. In the future, unmanned vehicle, drones, UAV, USV, UUV will dominate the battlefield. But on the other side, do we have developed our rules of engagement? Command and control, how to share in the JCOPS, joint common operational picture, and the downgrade to low level J, joint common tactical picture. Until today, we hope our government can deliver our new versions of a national security strategy. From leaders' top-down policy guidance is very clear. But without the national security strategy, horizontally, interagency coordination, we need to improve it. Because time is limited, resource limited, manpower is limited. Even mentioned we can increase defense budget from 2.5 to 3, even the goal is to 5%. But I have to emphasize the talented people, qualified people is more important than the hardware, than the numbers of the missile itself. So we have to send more young talent officers, soldiers, sergeants to get a better training education in the United States. Because when you deliver the first batch of the weapons that we purchased, to speak the truth, operating manual, maintenance manual, tech manual, all doctrine is English immersion. Can our young soldiers, young sailors, sergeants can read this? So I need to totally support, not only focus on the hardware itself, but also improve the training, the capacity. We can build up military capability within 3 years if the United States can deliver the weapon very fast. But we need to build up our sustainability and the capacity from the bottom up to support this strong will. It takes 10 years. So today I'm lucky to have this four distinguished discussants sharing their broadband in-depth research with us. I'm happy to introduce the first discussant, Honorable Suhei Mr. Han, and who is the President Institute of National Security Strategy, South Korea. The second is retired General Kuma Joshi. He's the director of the Center of Contemporary China Study, India. The third one is Dr. Bonnie Lin. We knew each other for years. She's the director, China Power Projection and Project, and senior fellow for Asian Security, CSIS. And she just visited Taipei not a long time ago. Yes, we learned a lot from her. The last one is Honorable Vina Najibullah, who's the Vice President, Research Strategy, Asia Pacific Foundation of Canada. Mr. Han, now the floor is yours. Maybe we can learn more from you, sharing your interest topic on this.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Seok Han, coming from Korea. It's my great honor to be here, and I sincere thanks to IDSR to having me here. My subject is this panel is China's long-term global strategy and security challenges. I'd like to approach some differently. I'd like to talk about 3 points. One is what would be the goal of China's long-term security, long-term global strategy. I think it's obvious. China wants to dominate the world and lead it in its own way. I think China developed that kind of idea. I think China has, in their mind, has long dreamed of restoring its own past glory. Chinese people and many people, they believe that they used to be the #1 in the world. But since the end of 19th century, they declined and they can come up with the stage anymore. But recently, they want to see some opportunity. There was 2008, when the global financial crisis happened. And before that, before 2008, I just witnessed Chinese people. I just ran into many Chinese people. Then many Chinese professors, in their lecture, they teach that, we cannot catch up with the United States. I believe that Chinese people at the time, they still had the world view as the world is divided by only 2 countries. One is the United States and the rest of the world. They believe that they can, if they have enough time and enough resources, that they can catch up with the rest of the countries. But at the same time, even though they have enough time and energies, they cannot catch up with the United States. US is too strong, too advanced, so they don't have any intention to catch up with the United States. But 2008 global financial crisis gave them a momentum to think about, we can catch them up, we can do it. Why? Because the US was a little staggering. At the time, President Obama, he wants to have a cooperation with the United States. But this is my personal observation. President Obama's gentle attitude and gentle comment gives some kind of wrong message to Chinese people. The Chinese people, they see President Obama's gentleness as the indication of weakness. So Chinese people, they try to catch up with this kind of momentum, and they try to do their own best to catch up with the United States. Based on that kind of idea would be, for my understanding, is Dongsheng Xijiang, the East is rising and West is declining. I think that kind of concept, with that kind of concept, they maintained for 10 years of catching up, trying to catch up with the United States between 2008 to 2018. And when the President Trump, he just imposed some US-China, the trade war. I think that is one of the key points of the Chinese goal. Second point is, even though China has set up that kind of goal, but maybe 15 years, 20 years after, then they feel very difficulty to accomplish the goal. I think the first reason would be economy. Many people agree that Chinese economy is declining right now. But I'd like to introduce one of the key concepts that reflect the China's declining would be peak China. Since 2021, 2022, two young American scholars, the Michael Beckley and the Howard Bryce, they coined this the peak China. I agree with the peak China because China is very slow and they're sagging their economy. So I think they try to provide some kind of factor to be a peak China would be population declining and high dependency on procuring critical resources on global markets, and U.S. imposition of sanctions on China's cutting-edge technologies, and other structural impediments, structural problems of Chinese domestic situation. I think that will be pretty make sense. And but if China wants to recover, or China wants to get over that kind of difficulties or peak China the factors, China has to input some of the efficiencies in their economy. But they can do it because I think that is coming from Xi Jinping. Because Xi Jinping, he anachronistically, he still believed that Dongsheng Xizhang. I think in 2008 to 2018, the East is rising, West is declining. There was a kind of fact. But after 2018, especially when President Trump, he just imposed economic sanction over to China, I think the Chinese economy is declining. Chinese situation is not as same as 2008, but President Xi Jinping, he's still keeping the mind of Dongsheng Xizhang. I think that is a very important factor. I'm not sure whether Xi Jinping, he truly believes Dongsheng Xizhang or he wants to he's disguised that he wants to adopt it because he wants to keeping his power. But I think that is a fact. One of the example, if you take a look at the third plenum of 20th Party Congress, many people, they expect that, Xi Jinping has to show some of the new policies to stimulate his own economy. But he didn't do it. Why? Because he has to keep his power. And also he said that Dongsheng Xizhang at the time. So I think this is kind of anachronistical perception would prevent China from having more efficiency in their policies. Third, in China's security dilemma or China's security challenges, we have many Chinese security challenges at this moment. So I think China is facing with a NATO Waipan. It's internal problem and external problem. We have many external problems. The U.S.-China strategic competition, territorial disputes, and defensive concern, energy security, cyber security. A lot of security concerns that they have from outside. But also internal instability is there. Recently, maybe some people, they've been to China, and I think many people say that empty airport, there will be many foreign people, they recognize the decline of China, but also domestic citizens, Chinese domestic citizens also recognize the China declining. That there might be another source of instability in China. But from my perspective, more important concern is China is getting more isolated from the world. I think that is a very important factor. Maybe Chinese people, they do not accept this kind of advice, but for example, me, I'm a China specialist for 30 years in Korea. And Korea is right next door to China. It's been less than 2 hours from Seoul to Beijing, Seoul to Shanghai. And I lived in China for altogether maybe 7-8 years. But I don't go to China anymore for 5 years. since 2020, I didn't go to China. Why? Initially, for 2-3 years, because of COVID-19, I couldn't go there. But after that, 2023, they just reopened their country, but I still cannot go there. Why? Because I cannot secure my own safety due to the anti-spy law. If they just manage anti-spy law, I'm more than happy to be there. But in the meantime, I have to get more information about China, but I cannot get it. So I just come here in Taiwan. This is my 8th time to come to Taiwan this year. So I think that is an indication that China is getting more isolated. And in couple with that one, I like to talking about China's kind of the anti-China sentiment in the world. Pew Research data said that in the world, a lot of countries, including US, Japan, Korea, Australia, even Sweden, they just are rating more than 80% of anti-China sentiment in this society. That will be another factor to precipitate the anti-China sentiment in the world. Finally, I'd like to mention that collective defense. China's neighboring countries, we try to make any the self-defensing kind of a unilateral coalition. For example, we mentioned about Quad, we mentioned about AUKUS, and US-Korea-Japan coalition, and US-Japan-Philippine coalition. I think those kind of things would be naturally we try to make it why we want to defend ourselves by ourselves. So that will be the situation that I observed so far. So finally, I'd like to mention about my conclusion that although China ambitiously set the long-term global strategy for becoming a global leader, but it is almost impossible to accomplish the goal for the time being. That is one thing, and also China cannot surpass the United States, and China subsequently cannot pose the far from China pose far from dominating the world. That is my conclusion. I did not mention about Taiwan at this moment, but if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Han. Fully appreciate for in-depth analysis about the current situation inside China. I have a question for you based on your judgment. Because China initiated the BRI, One Belt, One Road in 2017, and because after the 20th Party Congress, they set up 10 major goals. BRI is one of that. But because they just completed the third Central Committee conference, they want to solve the internal problem, before 2029. Do you believe they still can reach the goal of BRI before 2035?
From my observation, China has difficulty to maintain BRI because we're lacking of money. They don't have much money. So recently, there are two things. One is lacking of money. Second is they are criticized by the international community that the BRI is a new type of 20th century imperialism. So there's two factors. But I think maybe Xi Jinping, he just put the BRI in their own constitution, everything. But so they will remain their constitution, the BRI there. But they just implement the BRI continuously without.
Thank you for objective comment. So our next discussion is General Yoshi. Now the floor is yours. We'd like to learn more from you, from your more objective observation about the world situation.
This is on? Okay, great. So thank you, Admiral, and good morning, everybody. Thank you, Andy, for inviting me here. It's a pleasure to be here. Talking about China's long-term global strategy. So I totally agree with what the previous speaker said, that China is reaching for glory as a matter of historical destiny. This history that is gone has fostered in the Chinese a firm belief in what role China should play in the world today and in the future. So since 1949, China has had just two grand strategies. One focused on coping with the existential threat to the regime's survival, and the other on regaining China's standing as a great power. The previous speaker also talked about this. So therefore, China's grand strategy has evolved over time from strategies of survival under Mao Zedong and Deng Xiaoping, and to regaining its standing as a major power under Jiang Zemin, Hu Jintao, and now Xi Jinping. And China under Xi Jinping has been particularly proactive about building Chinese economic, military, and political power, and is very explicit about leveraging it to become a global power. So looking at the history of the Chinese grand strategy, in the Mao era, for the first 4 decades of the Communist Party rule, its leadership was primarily focused on regime survival. And initially, as you're aware, that the greatest external threat to the party was the United States. So Mao aligned with the Soviet Union to deter a direct US military attack. But the relationship between the Soviet Union and China was a complicated one from the beginning itself. During the Korean War, there was frustration that promised military assistance never arrived, and a few years later, in 1962, the Sino-Indian border war, Soviet Union appeared to be taking India's side. So by 1969, the Sino-Soviet bilateral relationship had come to a point that there was skirmish in one of the border areas, and the Sino-Soviet split happened, which demanded a rethinking of the Chinese grand strategy. And with the Soviet Union now the primary threat, Mao pursued an alignment with the United States. Later, when Deng Xiaoping came to power in 1978, he continued with the Mao's grand strategic focus on alignment with the United States to counter the Soviet threat, but his goals changed from survival, it was beyond survival, to China's economic growth and development. And 1 year after taking power, he obviously launched the reform and opening up strategy. Normalization of relations with the United States in 1979 happened, hoping that China's alignment with the US would bring not only military assistance, but also greater economic and technological cooperation that could boost China's economic revival. Later, after about 15 years of reform and opening up, during the era of Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao, the Chinese economy grew from roughly 150 billion in 1978 to over 700 billion in 1995. And Jiang Zemin had to double down on trying to reassure others that China's rise was an opportunity and not a threat. Also, China sought to position itself as a major regional power through deepening ties with its neighbors. And the goal, of course, was primarily to undermine the UN's ally system and the role of the US military in Asia. Concurrently, China became more involved and integrated in the international community as part of the grand strategy to reassure the world. It began to form strategic partnerships with countries to strengthen and foster the emergence of a multipolar system. The PLA became more active in the international community, and in 2008, China dispatched its navy beyond the region to participate in the multilateral anti-piracy efforts in the Gulf of Mexico. China also became a top contributor of troops to peacekeeping missions out of the permanent 5 members of the Security Council. And by 2007-2008, China started becoming more assertive in promoting its claim in several maritime disputes in the South and East China. So now, what is China looking to achieve under Xi Jinping? What are its ambitions? To support what you just said, the grand strategy of Xi Jinping is national rejuvenation. And every decision he takes, it is designed to advance China to glory via his China dream. He wants a communist-controlled China that is well-governed, socially stable, economically prosperous, technologically advanced, and militarily powerful by 2050. So the Chinese Communist Party under Xi Jinping is undertaking an epic project to rewrite the rules of global order. The party is pursuing a determined, multi-layered grand strategy of national rejuvenation with 4 key objectives. First, to maintain its iron grip on power, like any autocratic regime. Since 1949, the Chinese regime has always seen itself as being locked in a struggle with domestic and foreign enemies, haunted by the collapse of the Soviet Union. We also know that the collapse of the Communist Party, that system would be a disaster and personally fatal for them personally. Second, the Chinese Communist Party and Xi Jinping want to make China whole again by regaining the territories it lost earlier, earlier eras of internal upheaval and foreign aggression. So Xi Jinping told the then US Secretary of Defense James Mattis in 2018 that we cannot lose even 1 inch of territory left behind by our ancestors. Third aim is to create a regional sphere of influence in which China is supreme, and outside actors, especially the United States, are pushed to the margins. And finally, the final layer of Beijing strategy focuses on achieving global power and eventually global primacy. So what are the templates China has been following? At the political level, Beijing is projecting leadership over global governance and international institutions, splitting Western alliances and advanced autocratic norms at the expense of liberal ones. Economically, it is working to weaken the financial advantages that underwrite US hegemony and seize the commanding heights of the fourth industrial revolution, from artificial intelligence to quantum computing. So China already accounts for more than half of the Asian GDP and half of all Asian military spending, which is pushing the region out of balance and toward the Chinese sphere of influence. And militarily, the People's Liberation Army is attempting to field a world-class force with bases around the world that will defend China's interest in most regions and even new domains like space, poles, and the deep sea. So struggle for mastery, once confined to Asia, is now over the global order and its future. If there are two paths to hegemony and national rejuvenation, a regional and a global one, China is now pursuing both. Thank you.
Thank you, General Joshi, for your in-depth analysis regarding to the CCP internal problem. I have a question. I'd like to have your guidance on whether you consider the current Xi Jinping government can fully control all the military unit. He has fired 2 defense ministers, also lay off more than hundreds of general flags internally. The new nomination for the the theater commander doesn't have enough strong background, in that area. So do you believe in the near future they can have a group team to support him in the future? It's the group leader in the future, or in the fourth term he can find a very consolidated command team under his command. I'd like to hear your different point of view.
Thank you. So the moment Xi Jinping took over power in 2012, I think the first thing he went about was he went against corruption. And he went after the army generals in a big way. I think the first 2 generals that he sacked were the 2 vice chairmen CMC, General Su Sai-hao and Ko Po-seung, who 2007-8 were actually like gods in China. So post that, of late we have also been seeing the way a large number of generals have been purged for corruption, including the defense minister that we saw. So, as I see it from outside, so there are issues within the PLA with regard to, he's been for 2 tenures already been the president and the chairman CMC, but the corruption, the pushback against the general continues. So there are issues. And so to give you, straightforward answer whether he's able to control or not, I see that the struggle is continuing and it will continue for some time to come.
How about the border issue? Do you see the tension is gradually reduced, between India and China at the border?
So the India-China border issue right now is stable. We had issues in 2020 wherein the People's Liberation Army had come in a big way, they had mobilized in a big way and come into areas which they did not control but they claimed. That was one of the tactical reasons why they did that. But post that, the Indian Army and India, the nation, responded back to the actions what Chinese had done. And the Indian Army launched the quid pro quo actions. After which, the Chinese, the PLA came back to the negotiating table, and we were able to disengage from a large number of areas where the PLA had come in close contact. There are a few areas which are still to be disengaged, for which the talks are going on. We are having talks at the army-to-army level, at the co-commanders level. We are having talks in the WNCC meeting that we have, and of course at the higher level as well. And I'm hoping that at some stage, there will be some resolution to this.
Thank you, General Rishi. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Bonnie Lin to express her, broadband observation regarding to this very difficult issue, tough issue regarding to China's grand strategy and the regional security concern. Now, floor is yours, Bonnie.
Thank you, Admiral Chen, and thank you, INBSR, for this invitation to speak at the Taipei Security Dialogue. I think I framed my remarks in anticipation that we will have many distinguished panelists, including what Professor Han and General Joshi mentioned in terms of already outlined what is China's current strategy, but also, to General Joshi's point, what were China's prior strategies since 1949. So I will scope my remarks to look at how do we think about China's objectives and approaches in the next 15 or 20 years. What might change and what are some of the areas of uncertainty? And I'll focus on 5 different points. So the first 2 points I want to mention is I think it's pretty clear in terms of areas of certainty. This might be pretty obvious to most folks here, but I think it's still worth saying it out loud and publicly, and of course, happy to answer any questions. I think the first approach, which I believe I'm also hearing from Professor Han and General Joshi, is that there's a sense that China is already one of the most influential regional and global players, and that looking into the future in the next 15 or 20 years, we will see China, a China that will try to continue to seek to increase its influence. And here I'll mention 3 different reasons why that is the case. Both Professor Han as well as General Joshi mentioned China's desire for national rejuvenation for 2049, so I won't talk too much about that. But I'll add 2 other main reasons why we'll see China trying to get more and more power moving forward. One is we've seen a growing focus on national security under Xi Jinping and his belief that foreign powers, including the United States, are out to contain China, and more sentiment from China that, from their perspective, the United States seeks to stir up conflict in its periphery. So from that perspective, one logical consequence for China's desire for more power is, from their perspective, more control over what's happening around its periphery, but also from a relatively defensive perspective. Again, their perspective. Third and related point is, as China looks at what's happening internationally, it sees itself as needing to do more to protect its own interests, advance its own interests, and lead on the world stage. It's also assessing greater instability globally, but also problematic U.S. leadership. I will note that Chinese experts have spent a lot of time analyzing the lessons learned from Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and what they've concluded is that the global order has become fragmented. It's much less stable, and the risk of regional crises, including ones around China, but also further away, have increased. So from their perspective, they also see that the United States has not governed, from their perspective, effectively using international institutions. They argue that the United States have circumvented the UN Security Council on Ukraine, which is quite reasonable from our perspective. But from their perspective, they see this as more room for China to step up globally, internationally, more room to step on the international stage, but also a need for China to do so. So I think all 3 considerations drive a desire within China, particularly looking forward to try to seek much more power and to advance its what it views as its interests and defensive interests in the region. I personally also believe, looking at the next 10 to 15 years, an area of continuity is that China will become more assertive, more coercive, and more willing to use all means, including military means, to protect its national interests, particularly its territorial and sovereignty claims. I think General Joshi had mentioned already some of China's use of these means in the past years, but I think it's safe to assume, as China becomes more powerful, or at least believes it's getting closer to 2049, that its desires to use its force in that respect will increase. I think China will be more impatient and less tolerant. I'm sure Jacques and others will talk about this, but the recent 22 guidelines from that China released about Taiwan is a clear signal of a China that wants to move forward. In terms of uncertainty, one other point I would mention is peak China was mentioned, I believe, by Professor Han. Personally, I don't believe necessarily China will be more assertive. It's facing more domestic problems, nor do I believe necessarily that domestic challenges will cause China to be more restrained externally. My personal belief is regardless of what's happening domestically within China, China will still want to achieve its rejuvenation goals. China will still want to be able to push back against what it views as growing hostile forces, and China will still want to lead internationally. So those factors aren't going to change regardless of what China's domestic situation is. So I see the trend is towards more assertiveness, more leadership, regardless of what's happening domestically. Now let me talk about 3 uncertainties in terms of China's trajectory. I termed them uncertainties because the official rhetoric and of what China says it wants to do in these areas still differ quite a bit from their actual actions. So maybe it's not uncertainty, maybe it's contradictions. So currently we still see China saying that it seeks peaceful coexistence with the United States, and the official line is that war with the United States is not inevitable. But there's increasing worry within China that the two countries might come to find itself in a conflict. And we also know that compared to the Soviet Union, if you look at the excellent work from my Yale colleague, Professor Arne Westad, the Soviet Union had a belief through much of the Cold War that long-term coexistence with the United States was not possible. We don't see this in China right now, but if you look at the actions that China is taking, it's raising questions on how China defines peaceful coexistence. We know during U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan's recent trip to Beijing, we saw during the public readouts of this that President Xi Jinping still mentioned that peaceful coexistence was one of the principles that is important for China with respect to U.S.-China relations. But we also know, and as mentioned by the other panelists, that China is not only continuing to invest in the PLA, but as they are watching Russia's invasion of Ukraine and lessons learned, we're seeing China take measures across society, across the government, preparing the country for war. I'm not saying China is going to launch a war now, but they are taking measures to shield its economy. They're taking measures to shield its financial system. They're taking a lot of measures to make it more possible that should China need to use force, it will be ready to do so. So I think there is quite a bit of contradiction between that and China's explicit desire for peaceful coexistence. And I think it will be interesting to watch if there's any changes in that language and official rhetoric as we move forward. The second area of uncertainty and contradiction I see is that the official line in China is that China seeks equally and orderly multipolarity. And I quote from Chinese Politburo Wang Yi earlier this year when he said that this is different from forming multiple blocks, fragmentation, or array. And now again, Chinese actions and the results of their actions are the complete opposite of this official line. Right? We know that China continues to deepen relations with some of the most problematic actors. I believe Ambassador Kraft and others have mentioned Russia, North Korea, and Iran. I agree with Professor Han in the sense that there's more distance now between China and most leading democracies, but I think with respect to certain countries, there's a much deepening of relations between China and those countries. This year, I will point out that China has engaged in an unprecedented level of military exercises with Russia. Nearly a dozen military exercises just in July and August alone, and now more military exercises this September. Deputy Secretary of State Kirk Campbell mentioned recently that China is now providing lethal aid to Russia. And I think it's interesting to watch the rhetoric coming out from Moscow. We're seeing representatives from the Kremlin now say that that in a contingency, we should expect China and Russia to be combining forces. We're seeing Russian leader Putin himself say that China and Russia are, quote, allies in every sense of that word, except they don't have a formal treaty alliance. So China is forming its own blocs. And we need to see, and that's in contradiction to what they're saying with respect to their public rhetoric. I will also point out the Shanghai Cooperation Organization is we could probably put that under China's bloc-like activity. And we'll need to see how much this evolves in the next 15 or 20 years. I know I'm probably short on time, but I'll just add the final point of uncertainty that I think is more of an uncertainty is how much do we understand China's current long-term strategy to be dependent on Xi Jinping, and what would happen if Xi Jinping leaves office. We know that Xi Jinping is not going to live forever, but he seems to have indicated that he wants at least a 4th term, and maybe longer if he still is around by then. We also know that Xi is a very different leader than Hu Jintao, his predecessor, who was more moderate, had lesser power, and seemed to be more interested in collective leadership, but maybe that's a function of the fact that he didn't have as much power. So I think it's interesting to ask the question of what's the possibility that we might see a Gorbachev in China in the next 2 or so decades. I don't think we can rule out that possibility, but it would be quite a daunting task for any next leader of China, because if Xi is able to be in power for 4 terms or maybe more, there will be there will be structures and deep relationships and practices that Xi Jinping has put in place, and it will take a lot of effort from any future Chinese leader to try to reverse that. And my understanding is right now in the Chinese political systems, there's very little incentives and opportunities for more moderates to rise within their political system. So the possibility of another leader, of a Gorbachev appearing in China in the next decade, I'd say we probably can't hope for it. It's going to be very slim. And I'll conclude by pointing out an article that Max Boot at CFR wrote recently in Foreign Affairs about looking at what President Reagan did with respect to bringing about Gorbachev's reforms in Russia. I think, from his perspective, looking at President Reagan and his efforts, his main assessment was that a lot of what we saw within China was actually the result, within Russia was actually the result of internal dynamics, and we probably gave President Reagan too much credit for Gorbachev's reforms, and I think that probably applies for China too. So when the United States thinks about our next strategy for China, whether it's in the Trump administration or in the Harris administration, I think it's very important for us to not think that we can really change China. We probably will be dealing with a China that is going to seek more power and is going to be more assertive and aggressive moving forward. So I'll wrap up there.
Thank you, Dr. Lin. As you mentioned, China continues to enhance cooperation with Russia, especially if we join the maritime exercise. But can you predict what's their next position in the Ukraine war? Also, China continue to try to build up influence in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, Iran, even Qatar, UAE. And what is their position in the conflict of the Gaza? Because sometimes we see they try to keep low profile, but on the other side they are very aggressive to increase the pressure from the other circle side. So could you provide us some of your observation regarding to the issues in Ukraine and the Gaza?
Sure. I think either Ukraine or Gaza will be covered by one of the later panels, but I'll just offer really quick thoughts on my end. In terms of Ukraine, I think China has made its position very clear. Just if you look beyond their rhetoric and look at Chinese actions, China has supported Russia from the beginning, politically, economically, and now militarily. I think there's no question on their position on Ukraine there. Politically, though, China is trying to position itself as in between to basically decrease the cost to China supporting Russia, but if you look at their actions, I think it speaks louder than words. In terms of what China is doing in the Middle East and elsewhere, I think the bottom line for China is trying to look for these victories, these soft victories that they can say that they're contributing to global peace, global stability, but the reality is China's not willing to take any hard actions that require either significant political costs for China or economic costs for China. And that applies not only in terms of Chinese efforts to contribute in the Middle East, but elsewhere too.
Thank you, Dr. Lin. Now, our last discussion, we welcome the Vice President Nadavula to express your observation regarding to the China's long-term strategy and security challenges. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be on this panel. But of course, being the last person, so much has already been said, and you've been waiting so patiently for your opportunity to ask questions. So I will be fairly brief. But first of all, thank you very much for the organizers for including me in this panel as well. I'll underscore a couple of points. I agree very much with what has been said, that the primary objective of CCP is, of course, regime survival, and secondarily that they would like to create an external environment, both within the region and globally, for China to be much more favorable. So in other words, to displace the US world order. Those two objectives we've already covered in terms of how that differs from what China was doing before, especially during the period of reform and opening up, when they were really biding their time and hiding their strength and focusing much more on building their national power. I think what has happened in the last 20 years is a little bit harder to kind of explain in terms of a clear grand strategy, because we did hear about the East is rising and the West is in decline, this idea that great changes not seen in a century was kind of driving the Xi Jinping thought on diplomacy, and that's very much true. But of course also in the last 3 or 4 years, we're also hearing quite a bit that the external environment is really challenging, that Western powers led by the US in particular are trying to contain, to suppress, to encircle China. So on one hand, obviously the Xi thought that yes, ultimately the East is rising, but that at this moment the West is almost kind of having its last grand stand and trying to suppress China. So we're seeing essentially what one could describe kind of as strategies of anti-containment as well, which was mentioned briefly, but I think it's important to note, and it has a number of building blocks, one being securitization of everything. So in the context of, in the era of Xi Jinping, everything is about security. So economic security, national security, that's the perspective that's being looked at. We also are seeing kind of sanction proving, if you will, or fortification of the Chinese economy, and a lot of lessons learned from what we're seeing in the case of Russia and Ukraine, of course. When the Russian war when Russia first invaded Ukraine, I think China was watching very closely and was really astonished at all of the sanctions and all the measures that the Western Bloc was able to bring forward. So that was kind of the thing that they were paying attention to. What has happened in the last year or so is actually the opposite. They're studying how much Russia has resisted, how it's been able to put its own economy on the war footing, and sort of the new ways in which Russia has been able to reroute supply chains and be less dependent basically on the West. I think China is also learning quite a bit from that in terms of moving away from just doing trade in dollar. 95% of the trade that's now happening between Russia and China, for instance, is not in dollars, in local currency, primarily in RMB. So I think that kind of fortification is important for them in terms of making sure that while they're still fully integrated with the rest of the world, I think that's an important point we should keep in mind. Someone mentioned on the panel that China is isolated. I'm not sure that's exactly accurate, because yes, China is trying to almost de-risk itself from the West and fortify itself from the West, but at the same time fully integrate itself with the rest of the world. I know we don't want to use the term global South, but let's say the global majority, so the non-Western world. China is very much making sure that it's indispensable in that sense to the world. And so I think that's an important point. Another point that would be relevant to bring that hasn't really been mentioned is that China's challenge to the global order is happening at a time when the global order genuinely is being fragmented and is not seen as fit for purpose by, again, that global majority. Because of the wars in Ukraine, because of the war in Gaza, because of the fact that powers like India, like Brazil, and others want to have a greater say in the global governance, we need to be able to withstand, and by we I mean Western powers in particular, Western democracies, in that including South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, and others. We need to be able to deal with that China challenge, but at the same time acknowledge that the order needs reform. That we can't just sort of preserve what currently is and maintain that Western dominance. That, unfortunately, that era is over, so we need to have a language that addresses basically the grievance that exists there. I mean, if you really look at a lot of these alternative blocks that China has created, certainly the BRICS or the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, they're basically grievance platforms. What unites those really different actors is the fact that they don't believe that the current order serves them and their interests, that there's a lot of Western hypocrisy and so forth. So in dealing with that, we need to recognize that there is some legitimacy to that, while also obviously what China is offering may not be a real alternative. And while it's not really clear what China is offering, sort of in a lot of detail, some building blocks of that are there. We see BRI in its now second iteration in terms of small and beautiful, but also the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, the Global Civilizational Initiative. These are some alternatives that China is putting forward. To a Western ear, a lot of that sort of sounds like, well, what does it really mean? It's kind of slogans, not much else there. We shouldn't make the mistake we made with the BRI 14, 15 years ago and sort of dismissing this as just slogans or things that don't mean anything. I think they do offer a certain alternative, and there are actors. I'm from Central Asia. Central Asia is a good example. We don't often think about that part of the world, but China has been able to consolidate quite a bit its influence in the region. And right now, obviously, because Russia is distracted with what's happening with Ukraine, it has much more of a free hand and is able to build alliances with Iran, with Pakistan, with others in that Eurasian continent. So I think we shouldn't be dismissing those elements. One other point, again, kind of taking advantage of being the last person and what hasn't yet been said, in a true Canadian spirit, let me introduce a degree of humility and sort of saying that when we talk about grand strategy, it's really difficult to know, I mean, unless you are sort of Xi Jinping or very few people around him, to know exactly what China wants is really tough. But there are a few things that we're noticing from their speeches and from their behavior. One thing that China wants very clearly, whether it wants to be the global power or a global power may be debated, but it certainly wants to be the dominant power in Asia. I think that much is clear, and it wants actors who are not resident in Asia, countries like Canada, like the US, like a lot of European countries, to not be involved. So to not be involved in South China Sea disputes. Essentially, we're seeing that right now with respect to Philippines, how China does not want Philippines to kind of have partners and allies in Canada and Germany and around the world, right? So essentially, it wants to make the South China Sea a Chinese lake and any dispute to be bilateral. Same thing with the Taiwan Strait. It wants to see it as an internal affair, and it certainly doesn't want Germany to be sailing through or Canada to be sailing through. So I think on that part, it's then important to be able to respond to that. So we know that China wants us out. We know that China wants to keep these things as internal or completely bilateral. So that means that the policies that countries like Canada, Germany, and others are putting forward in terms of their Indo-Pacific strategies are important and need to continue. Certainly in the case of Canada, we put forward an Indo-Pacific strategy 2 years ago. It has some resources behind it. It's critical for the country, for Canada to continue to be present here, to work with partners, with Australia, with others, to be able to show, to resist this kind of coercion and the push by China to isolate and deal individually with smaller powers. So I think that that's a critical issue that needs to be brought in as well into the conversation in terms of how we know what China wants, so then how do we resist that, but without necessarily succumbing to the same tactics? I think that's another element. One other element that hasn't been brought up, which I think is important, is China also wants to delegitimize democracy, delegitimize alternative forms of government, and is doing so by taking advantage of democratic openness of our societies. Foreign interference in our elections, disinformation, really polarization and taking advantage of that. I think that's important as well, because it's one thing to say, China wants a friendly external environment, it wants essentially US out of Asia, but it also wants to delegitimize democracy, and both so the population in China does not look outside and say things are better somewhere else, but also to essentially kind of create what Russia has also created, this belief that all countries have problems, you can't trust any politician, no system is perfect, so therefore you best stay with the system that you have, right? So that idea. And I think, again, democracies need to work together to be able to withstand that challenge without closing the openness that we all enjoy. And I think that is a really hard challenge. How do you really address that? I'm noticing I only have a minute. I thought I'll be really quick given that so much has already been said, but just putting all of this sort of on the table for discussion with this group, especially looking forward to your questions. And I guess the final point that I mentioned, and this was again mentioned by someone on the panel, that Westerners, we are not able to safely travel to China. I think that's an important part because, as I mentioned, we need to bring in humility into this. And one thing is, we have to figure out how to continue to study and understand China from a distance. And to be able to engage with voices in China that might be presenting an alternative story without endangering them, how to be able to kind of have a sense of what's happening inside China and also externally, but being safe at the same time. And the only thing that I can think of in that respect is strength in numbers. We have to be able to work together. So one of the things that has been good in the last 4 years with the Biden administration is the emphasis on alliances and partnerships. And the fact that while the US is still the dominant power, it cannot face the threat of China and the challenge of China on its own, especially since that threat we're also are facing at the same time as we're having to deal with disruptions of climate, disruptions of technology, and so forth. So it's all happening together. And an absolutely final point, if I don't mention it, I wouldn't be a good Canadian, is that the threat of China is now also something that we need to consider in the Arctic. And this is where the climate change is coming in with kind of the China-Russia threat. As the Arctic is warming, that's another frontier that's opening up. Thank you.
Thank you, Bina, for your wonderful perspective regarding the current situation. I have a small question for you, yes. Do you believe China will accept containment engagement, so-called engagement, or the risk not decoupling? Because talking about climate change, U.S. still need to cooperate with China in the international order.
Yeah, so my own personal view is that it's less about containing China, but much more about constraining China's abusive and coercive behavior. And that in the case of China, I mean, we speak a lot about de-risking or decoupling initiated by the West, but actually China was the first mover on de-risking and decoupling, right? I mean, their desire for self-reliance, their desire to not be vulnerable to kind of leverage from the West is there. So I believe that China is trying to de-risk itself from the West, if you will. But on the notion of do we have to coexist, cooperate, I mean, these are interesting debate. I don't think climate is necessarily why we need to cooperate, because China will do what's necessary on climate for its own reasons, for its own population. It needs to invest in the planet just like we all do. So this idea that we need to somehow concede something to China because we need to cooperate on climate, I don't think is the right framework. That's certainly something that I hear a lot in Canadian context, especially among folks on the left. They sort of say, well, we can't resist or deter China because we need them on climate. I think that's not a useful framework.
Thank you. Before the floor open to the audience, I have another small question for Professor Han. Can you tell us your observation regarding to the relationship between China, DPRK, and Korea? Russia.
Kim Jong-un, he wants to make a connection with Russia and China, but I think recently Russo-North Korean relationship make China-North Korean relationship a little bit aloof. Because from Kim Jong-un's perspective, he just maintained the relationship with China for more than 50 years, but he did not get enough resources from China. But at this moment, he reconnected with Russia, but Russia provided a lot of resources to North Korea. So I think that kind of situation make Kim Jong-un be more aloof or more away from China. And China take a look at the North Korean behavior. For 50 years, we provided some kind of aid to you guys, but you just betray us. So currently, from our observation, the North Korea and China relationship is getting more aloof. But that doesn't mean that they're going to change the fundamental relationship. I think for a while, they tried to make face up for a while, but in the long-term perspective, they're going to go back to their own basic relationship.
Thank you, Professor Han. Because time is up, now we want to open the floor to the audience. Maybe we can only pick three, gentlemen here raise the question. Ambassador, you first. Sure.
Security Council, when I first arrived at the United Nations, China would often vote with Russia. Upon my departure, it flipped, because they suddenly became their own vote, their own veto, instead of watching Russia. And then I really like what Vina and Bonnie had to say, and I think mentioning the BRICS is vital, because you have to question why China would be involved in such a group that has different economies. So basically, if you look at their bad actors, and you look at how they're engaging with South Africa, you look at their Belt and Road. And I think it's vital that people understand that they are looking for other groups. They'll never be able to replace AUKUS or the Quad. And I think that's really important what you said, that they know that we're focused on Indo-Pacific countries. And being the ambassador to Canada before the United Nations, I think it's vital that Canada look at their 2% for NATO because of what you said, the Arctic.
The gentleman over there, yes.
Thank you, Emma. I'm Domingo Yang from IMDSL. I have a question for Bonnie Lin. Thank you very much for your remarks. There is a debate in Washington regarding whether the United States should just manage the competition with China, or the United States should be thinking about winning or prepare to win the competition with China. I wonder what is your take on these two different policy approach, and what kind of role could Taiwan play to fit in such scenarios? Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Domingo, for asking a really easy question. So I can tell you that is a question that a lot of strategists are debating and discussing within the United States. I actually think there's lots of commonalities between the different approaches. So I think the issue with managing competition, if you're on the win side, is many view that as a little bit not proactive enough, and not doing enough to see how we can gain more advantage. But in defense of those on that side, I think they're just using the term manage. For those who argue for winning the competition with China, I think they're looking for, okay, what areas do we need to be in the lead on? And that is, I think, very critical to identify. So from my perspective, I think there are strengths in both arguments, and I can't really put myself in just one of two camps. I will say that some of those who argue in the win camp, some of their arguments have been distorted. So maybe Ivan can speak more about this, but some of the arguments that media have framed in terms of what Nat Pottinger has said is he's not saying that we should go in and overturn China, right? So there's actually a lot more similarity between those two camps than sometimes it's portrayed in the media.
Last one. Yes. Jimin, yes.
Yeah. A lot of the discussion has been about what China is doing in the world, and I understand the topic is China challenges, but maybe it would be interesting to hear from our panelists what they think are China's weaknesses. And I know there's been some talk about de-risking, but maybe if each of the panelists can talk about three strategic weaknesses that China has, so that we can understand better how to manage China. Thank you.
Professor Han, do you have any comments?
China has many weaknesses. China doesn't want to accept this, doesn't want to recognize that one. But I think, as I mentioned, that Xi Jinping's risk is quite big. Still, I'm not sure whether Xi Jinping is correctly informed from the people, the supporters, because they do not want to inform Xi Jinping whatever the reality is. So that is one of the weakness. Second weakness would be Chinese the economic situation. Currently, I'm just concerning about the rural government. Not rural, it's a provincial government. Provincial government, they are lacking their own budget yet. So they had a hard time to give their officials to give salaries. So I think that is the current economic system is quite weakness, and they don't know how to recover this kind of weakness. And third weakness is diplomatic weakness. As Nina said, it's not isolation, but it depends on the definition of isolation. Chinese people, they feel isolation very much. That's why they try to emphasize SEO, they try to emphasize some other breaks or some other things. Recently, they tried to promote the African conferences, but all is kind of a reflection of Chinese isolation. So I try to talk about three weaknesses.
Thank you, Professor. Because time is running out, time's up, so I have to announce this session is over. Thank you, all of you. Thank you for your comments.
All right, thank you so much for legislation and for discussing, for moderating and hosting for this session. And we just quickly take a group photo once again. Yes, we take a quick group photo. All right, Chairman, please, let's take a group photo. Okay, look to front, 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you so much. Once again, please put your hands together for the moderator and for discussants. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, due to the time delay, we're sorry about we can only take a 5 minutes for break, and we'll soon start our another conversation 3 after 5 minutes. So, ladies and gentlemen, we can only take 5 minutes for break. Sorry for that.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us, and hope you just enjoyed your coffee. Yes, clearly I am not legislator Wang Dingyu, but very happy to step in at the last minute and moderate. So we're joined by 4 fantastic panelists. We have Mr. Ivan Kanapathy. We have Yoichi Kato, a former fellow here at INDSR as well. We have Mr. Seokjun Kwan, and we have Professor Shelley Rigger will be joining us online, so we'll have her go last. So I'm not going to have a lead-in, but the topic of this panel is why Taiwan matters, and we'll discuss Taiwan's role in global security issues. So I'll go in order here, starting with Ivan. The floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Drew, and great to be here, back in Taiwan. Some of you know I used to live here a few years back, and thank you to INDSR for having me. I was thinking about what, the topic of why Taiwan matters, and I did think it's a little bit ironic that I'm in Taiwan trying to tell people why Taiwan matters. I do have this conversation, I think a number of us do outside Taiwan a lot, because I think folks outside Taiwan maybe don't understand the importance, but I'll bring some of that, I guess, conversation in here from our history, I guess, in the United States, and sort of as people evolved to realize just why it does matter. And if you go back, at the most basic level, I think the first big reason is sort of the ideological, the value-based arguments, right? The democratic allegiance, or really, I think the way it started, for the United States anyway, was sort of anti-communism. And that's probably best embodied by our Congress over the years, at least within our government, and that great support that the U.S. Congress has always had for Taiwan. In fact, Congress pushed Taiwan in a lot of ways toward democratization, and I think even more of that values-based alignment after that. So that matters to a lot of folks in like foreign affairs world and people that become Congress members. But sadly, it doesn't really matter to everybody, right? But after that, I think as things evolved, I guess, the early days, again, I was talking about Taiwan democratizing, but kind of as we get into like 2000s, you could really see, and Drew remembers a lot of this, in our Defense Department, in our national security organs, our intelligence community in the United States started to kind of take some caution about the way that China was evolving, much earlier than other parts of U.S. society and U.S. government. And so I think another major reason Taiwan matters is because it's geography. It's geostrategic, it's a linchpin in many ways. Some folks will tell you, in fact, the PLA, numerous PLA writings talk about the first island chain and how it kind of hems in Chinese forces from getting out into the globe. You've got the U.S. ally up here in the north of Japan, you've got another U.S. ally down to the south, and right kind of that cork in the middle of Taiwan. Just last year, the U.S. then, the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, Colin Call, he said in an interview in April of last year, he said about Taiwan, he said the island could be used as a platform for the PRC to further project military power deeper into the Pacific. So that's a big concern, and one that our defense folks, and that's where I came from, have had for a long, long time. But I would suggest that even that, you have Congress, now you have like our intelligence and defense folks, all kind of understanding the importance of Taiwan for their particular reasons. But that wasn't quite enough, and it was really just more in the last decade or even 5 years that sort of the rest of larger parts of American society have come to acknowledge and understand, and not to oversimplify the final sort of reason, but it kind of comes down to semiconductors. And it's about Taiwan's technological capabilities. And Taiwan still today for now, has more manufacturing capacity than any other country in the world of semiconductors. China's trying to change that, and they're trying to do it really quickly. They're building a lot of fabs, which are the factories that make semiconductors. But Taiwan still has another advantage, even if China builds a lot of fabs, is that Taiwan makes the best, right? The most cutting edge semiconductors. And that's really important to the world, and that's why Taiwan matters, again, in this global security context. As far as technology goes, China's probably still at least 3 to 5 years behind, and there are concerns, because again, just like they can make up the capacity question, is China going to be able to make up the ground and catch Taiwan when it comes to the quality question, the leading edge factor, and that remains to be seen. I think it's a very important facet of how things turn out and involves itself in deterrence. So for now, you can see it, Taiwan's seeing this. You all have seen where China's willing to, for example, sanction Taiwan's farmers, the agricultural sector, right? Through their coercive political influence, if you will, to get people to respond in ways that would favor Chinese interests. They're also willing to sanction, is it Yuandong, the Far Eastern group, right? For things that apparently maybe donations to the wrong political party that the leaders made. But China has not been willing, at least to my knowledge, to sanction Taiwan's ICT sector, in other words, the semiconductor sector. Because I think they do still feel that vulnerability, that that would actually hurt, especially if Taiwan took retaliatory action in that area. It could really, really hurt China itself. And so I think that's an important thing that Taiwan could actually leverage. And I'm not saying Taiwan's not leveraging it, but I think it's important to understand that, when we talk about Chinese coercion and Chinese gray zone tactics, whether in the military sphere, they're in, information or what have you, that Taiwan has some leverage of its own if it were forced to use it. And I don't think necessarily we've reached that point, but it is conceivable. And I think in the end that Taiwan has to, from a deterrence standpoint, using that for deterrence, Taiwan has to convince Xi Jinping that it's, we hear it all the time, that it's willing to sort of hold out, right, in those, the ultimate coercive standpoints of like a blockade or something like that, where they haven't actually tried to shoot anybody. Taiwan has to have the stockpiles and that willingness to resist. But I think at the same time, Taiwan also has to have that willingness to sort of counter-sanction and kind of say, well, you know what, if you're going to blockade me, then I guess you're not going to get a bunch of chips from us, and which for now they still need, again, with the advantages Taiwan has. And that has the effect for Taiwan of internationalizing this potential crisis. So I'll, in the end, my final comment is Taiwan obviously is on the front lines of global security, and to tie this in with a couple things that were said earlier. We saw what happens when an aggressor grows overconfident in 2022. We saw that in Europe in 2023. I'd say we saw that in the Middle East. They grow overconfident in the sense that they're willing to actually start a war. The world didn't and wasn't willing to, I guess, right? I mean, we've seen it happen. Deter Putin or deter Iranian proxies in this case. And I think that both Ukraine and Israel, I think they would admit this at this point, became complacent. They were complacent, and I think that Taiwan can't fall into that same trap and assume that the world's going to do what really only Taiwan can do, which is the ultimate kind of the key part of the deterrence. But I'll pause there and let other folks jump in before we go to Q&A here.
Thank you very much, Ivan. I think I'm going to try to follow Ambassador Chen's really good approach by asking an immediate follow-up question while the thoughts are still fresh, and I'll do that each time. But as you are sitting here next to two formal U.S. alliance partners, what is the importance of Taiwan in terms of the overall U.S. alliance network, recognizing, of course, that Taiwan is no longer an alliance partner? How does U.S. support for Taiwan affect, or is it affected by the calculation of U.S. credibility?
Yeah, I think, again, just giving you all the American perspective of why Taiwan's also important. You know, in addition to those things I mentioned where Taiwan's important for its own right, there is the U.S. credibility question that Drew just mentioned. And that I think if Taiwan were to fall to the PRC, we would see, it might not happen immediately, but I think within a couple of years, we'd see a wholesale change in really the sphere of influence. And I won't speak obviously for Japan or South Korea, but they would have to make decisions in their own interests, seeing that the United States is not a reliable partner necessarily, and some of those decisions might not be ones that the U.S. would welcome.
Great, thank you. Professor Kato will turn to you, please. 10 minutes.
I'm not a professor. I wish I were, actually. Thank you very much for inviting me. And in order to address this question, why Taiwan matters, I'm going to take a slightly different approach, the worst case scenario approach, to see what if Taiwan is actually lost to PRC. What's going to happen to the region, and especially to Japan, and if Taiwan is actually be lost to PRC. That's point one. And point two, I'm going to talk about what should or can Japan do to prevent or even prepare for such geostrategic catastrophe. Those are the two things I'm going to talk about. And first, what's going to happen to the region or to Japan if Taiwan is lost to PRC? I'm going to talk about three aspects. One, militarily aspect. Second is economic and trade. And third and final, geostrategic. Militarily, this is something that I've done research in order to write a paper, and also I try to expand it to the book as soon as possible. But first of all, I don't do any footnotes in my presentation, but those are the things that I found through my research. First of all, militarily, Taiwan Island could be militarized on a large scale, massively militarized. Second, in addition to Taiwan Strait, the Basi Channel between Taiwan and the Philippines could also come under control, come under Chinese influence, if not totally controlled. Three, the Chinese military could gain direct access to the Western Pacific. And by that, they could have direct access by submarines and also underwater sonars to detect the undersea or surface maritime activities in the Western Pacific. And fourth, the first island chain could lose its function as a regional defense line or defense perimeter. Those are the things that I could think of as a possible negative consequence of Taiwan's fall. Next, economic and trade. Merchant shipping routes could be forced to make major detours around the east of the Philippine Islands. And that will really cause enormous extra burden on Japanese economy and regional economy as well, as you can think of. And another point in economic trade is the supply chain of high-end semiconductors, which are currently mainly produced in Taiwan, could be seriously jeopardized or damaged. And so we're going to have a possible breakdown of the supply chain of high-end semiconductors. And geopolitically, 2 points. One, China's sphere of influence could expand eastward beyond the first island chain. And the credibility of the United States as an anti-authoritarian state leader in the region and the world could be greatly damaged. And that will lead to the failure of the commitment of the U.S. government that they made through the Taiwan Relations Act. And as a result, Japan could become an isolated island of democracy floating in the sea of red. This is the term I use. And of course, it depends on how the United States would change the forward deployment of their forces in the region. But as I said, I'm looking at the worst case scenario where the United States could withdraw some of the forward deployment of their forces in the first island chain, including Japan. And unless Japan decides to enter China's sphere of influence, it could be inevitable that the economic and defense cost of coexistence with China will exceed enormously what they are at present. The next, I'm going to talk about then what should and can Japan do to prevent or even prepare for such geostrategic catastrophe. I would summarize my point to one strategic conviction and 4 lines of actions. One strategic conviction or realization is, in short, a strong Taiwan is in Japan's strategic interest, especially for Japan that would not or could not directly defend Taiwan. And 4 lines of actions. 1, providing assurance to Taiwan so that they don't think they will be abandoned in case of contingency. The second, providing resilience, in other words, empowering Taiwan to increase its survivability in time of attack by PRC. And for this, enhancing the resilience, the whole society resilience is critically important. And I'm going to talk about it more in detail later. And the things that we should really think about is helping Taiwan to be resilient is not a charity to Taiwan, but it's a strategic necessity to Japan and to the region. And the third line of actions, strengthening deterrence and response capability within the current policy framework. In other words, by strengthening Japan-US alliance capability to respond to Taiwan emergencies. And fourth and finally, formulation of a new regional strategy, which I think is what I would call FOIP plus, Free and Open Indo-Pacific plus. And that includes First Island Chain Defense Initiative and also Indo-Pacific Hybrid Center of Excellence, which I will talk about more in detail in the next 3 minutes. So I'm going to talk about why whole society resilience is important, and also I'm going to talk about my policy proposal of creating an Indo-Pacific Hybrid Center of Excellence, COE. Okay, first, whole society resilience. In order to really execute effective countermeasures to hybrid threat, which China would present to Taiwan and the region, the mere military capability is not enough. That's a lesson that we are learning through the experience of Ukraine. Just a military capability would not suffice. So we have to really have a societal-wide strength and resilience in order to survive. And that's what we have to really work on in order to write out the challenges we will face if China decides to launch an invasion on Taiwan. And enhancing resilience of Taiwan society is something that Taiwan has already launched. The recent National Defense Report of Taiwan 2023 talks about construct a whole society defense structure and national resilience. They have done it already. And also, just recently, Lai Ching-te administration last June announced that the establishment of the Whole Society Defense Resilience Committee at the presidential office. I think that's the right way, right approach to do it. So Taiwan is already launching that direction, and so what we can do is helping them to execute that effort. And what can we do to enhance the resilience of Taiwan society? The possible area of cooperation, I will just name three. One is energy. For example, stockpiling LNG, which is only a week-long stockpile right now, and laying the undersea power cables for emergency. And the second is communication, response to undersea cable cuts, satellite internet infrastructure to replace maybe Starlink. Taiwan doesn't trust Elon Musk, so they have to find another way. And the cybersecurity, those are the three possible ways. And finally, 1 minute, I'll talk about the creation of Indo-Pacific hybrid COE. As I said, in Europe, there is a growing sense of crisis about hybrid threat as a lesson from the Ukraine war. As a countermeasure, increasing attention is being paid to building and strengthening whole society resilience as a countermeasure to hybrid threat warfare. And as a framework for multilateral cooperation, NATO and EU member states established the European Center of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threat, or hybrid COE, in 2017, 3 years after the unlawful annexation of Crimea. And similar to this European hybrid COE, I think the Indo-Pacific Center of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threat, Indo-Pacific Hybrid COE, should be established with an aim of strengthening whole society resilience throughout the region. And together with NATO and the EU, the Indo-Pacific region can aim to improve its deterrence and counter capabilities against the global hybrid threat. And eventually, this line of effort could lead to maintaining peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait and preventing annexation by China. With that, I stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. I'm going to pose a question to you here. You lived here in Taiwan for 2 years. You've been studying Chinese language for more years. I've listened to you. It's making progress, slow and steady. And like the Japan-Taiwan relationship, it's been making slow and steady progress. Maybe you could reflect. I think these are very ambitious and worthy recommendations for places to take the relationship. What do you think needs to be done to improve the Japan-Taiwan relationship? Because I think there are some challenges there that you've identified and studied. What do you think Taiwan needs to do to get more out of their relationship with Japan towards these resilience and security objectives?
I think it's more of Japan's problem than Taiwan's problem. And so there are lots of things that Japan should and can do for that purpose you have just described. And I don't think it's fair to put too much burden on Taiwan to do it. And after having studied the possibility of Japan, Taiwan, U.S. trilateral defense cooperation, I know what I'm going to say, but I come to realize that there's a little chance, actually, to have a really substantial improvement for the defense cooperation between Taiwan and Japan because of the Japan's political problem. And so what's the most realistic is to have this trilateral defense cooperation is to have an enhanced, as I said in my presentation a little bit, to enhance the response capabilities of Japan-US alliance for the Taiwan contingency. And Japan alone will not be able to defend Taiwan using Japan's self-defense forces. But within the framework of Japan-US security alliance, there's a way for Japan to make a fairly substantial contribution for the defense of Taiwan.
Great, thank you very much. Professor Kwan, the floor is yours, 10 minutes.
First of all, it is really, I'm really honored to be here, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude to INDSR. So I'm a scientist basically, and I feel lonely to find out that I'm the only guy in this room focusing on the science. I'm studying on the next generation semiconductor materials and the processes focusing on the development of the certain nanometer processes. So basically, why Taiwan matters? So I think that Taiwan is the home of the wonderful Chinese cuisine, as well as the home of the theaters, as Mr. Kraft mentioned. But basically, I need to mention that Taiwan matters because of its IT-driven innovation core focusing on the SMI represented by TSMC. And I think that most of the nations in the world more or less depends on this critical role of the Taiwan in making these advanced chips, such as TSMC or the other UMC or PSMC, something like that. And simultaneously, Taiwan is also depending on its own semiconductor chips, such as represented by the Huguo Shenshan, which means that there is some kind of the silicon shell which will protect Taiwan from the external interruptions, something like that. But I need to point out there are several uncertainties around the critical role of the Taiwan in terms of the semiconductor and advanced chip making. The first one is that Taiwan is basically on the Pacific Ring of Fire. It means that they are vulnerable to some earthquake or these natural disasters. For example, we have already witnessed the more than 10 the magnitude earthquake in several months ago. And it means that in that kind of the earthquake cases, it means that we will have at least a few weeks or a few months delay in supplying the advanced chips to the world. So there will be some prices spiking in the semiconductor chips as well as iron chips. The other one is that there's some growing concerns about the military threat given by mainly China and the PRA. So it means that there can be another uncertainties in supplying these advanced chips to the world. The final uncertainties is that there's some geopolitical issues given by the US. So it means that basically US don't like monopolies in any kind of technologies as well as semiconductor chips, even if it is dominated by the American companies. So in these cases, we can find out that Taiwan has been dominating the advanced chip making. For example, in the case of the sub-10 nanometer processing, TSMC just shares about 80 or 85% share in the global market. And when you expand your perspective to all of the foundry industry, it means that Taiwan will make some share of at least 75 or 70%. So it means that Taiwan has literally have some dominance, which can be considered a monopoly to the American politicians. So I think that more or less the American government, by partitioning, it means that they will be losing or they will alleviate this kind of monopolies they focused on the chip making in Taiwan. So these are the uncertainties we have in the Taiwanese semiconductor chip making. There's another point I need to point out is that there will be another world battle line in the AI competition. So most of us has already know that this AI chip making is just led by some clusters represented by NVIDIA and the TSMC and the SK Hynix in terms of the AI specific computing hardwares. But there's some library given by the American companies, which is actually represented by the UA Link. Maybe you can remember some members such as Meta or Google, Alphabet, or some Cisco, something like that. So it means that there can be another kind of the shift of the dominance in the AI-specific chips. Another point I need to mention is that there will be some uncertainties by the US presidential election in November. But I'm not the international relationship guy, so I don't need to talk about this in detail. But let me just talk about that. What would be the impact given by the U.S. presidential election in the next 10 years? For example, if Harris if Harris get the Oval Office, means that we will have Chips and Science Act version number 2. So it means that there will be some elongation in the expansion or even extension of the Chips and Science Act to protect the American semiconductor company, including Intel, AMD, and Micron, something like that. So there will be more, the stronger requirement for the TSMC to invest more in America to build and to operate the most advanced chip-making facilities, such as foundry fabs. So we have these kind of uncertainties around the Taiwanese semiconductor dominance. So, and finally, I need to also mention another uncertainty given by the rapid growth of the Chinese semiconductor, the mainland China. So after 5 or 10 years, we will witness the dominance of the Chinese semiconductor production for the legacy or middle-tech foundries. I mentioned that the sub-10 nanometer foundry or semiconductor manufacturing is still dominated by TSMC. But in case of the middle-tech or legacy chips, such as 10 nanometer, 24 nanometer, or 40 nanometer, or even more than 65 nanometers, it means that they will be dominated by the Chinese companies, such as SMIC or Huahong semiconductor, something like that, because of the cost effectiveness supported by the Chinese government in the next 10 years. So it means that the most of the system, semiconductor or IC, the semiconductor does not necessarily depend on the sub-10 nanometer foundries. It means that we can have some high-power chips or communication chips, or biomedical chips or something like that. They can't just rely on this, the over 10 nanometer processes. But in this, Chinese rapidly growing means that most of the legacy or middle-tech chip will rely on this Chinese fab. So we need to think about this kind of the shift. So on these uncertainties, I would like to propose some kind of solution for the Taiwanese people focusing on this semiconductor, the critical roles. First of all, Taiwan needed to show some openness. They needed to show the possibility for the diffusion of their advanced technology. So, for example, we can think about there can be expansion of the international research and development, the program around the advanced chip making. So, for example, some discussers said that there can be some Taiwan-Japan relationship, but we can also think about the Taiwan-South Korea relationship, as Taiwan-European relationship, focusing on this specific purpose, next generation semiconductor one. The other one is that Taiwan needed to show their new technologies to be shared with the other countries, because to make some kind of hedging around this high cost R&D expenditure. And last but not least, I need to mention there are still remaining issues about this competitiveness of the Taiwanese semiconductor fabrication. The first one is the electricity. So we need to transform to the non-carbon emission, the energy sources for this energy-intensive industry. But Taiwan is vulnerable to the renewable energy or some non-carbon energies. Taiwanese government just focusing on the replacement of the fossil fuel-based energies to the wind farm or more renewable energies, but it is still limited. So to make up these deficiencies between the energy demand and the energy supplies from the non-carbon-free energy sources, maybe Taiwanese government can think about the alternative options such as nuclear power, something like that. The other one is the limited water sources for this water-intensive industry too. And finally, I need to also mention about the remaining issues about such as human resources. Actually, South Korea has the lowest fertility ratios, but the things are going on in Taiwan. So it means that after the next 10 or 20 years, it means that Taiwan also suffer some human resource deficiencies, especially in semiconductor engineering. So Taiwanese government needed to think about how can they recruit the bright mind and the engineers and the scientists to sustain and to keep the competency in the semiconductor manufacturing. So that will conclude the point, and I will be happy to take any questions from the others.
Thank you, Professor Kwon. I'm going to pose a question to you that may take you a little bit out of your comfort zone, as I think this is a room full of foreign policy and national security experts, probably not too many scientists of your caliber. You mentioned the silicon shield concept at the outset. I'd be interested how you would define silicon shield. Is Taiwan semiconductor dominance a reason for Beijing to act with restraint, to be deterred? Or is it an incentive for other countries like South Korea to maybe come to Taiwan's defense to protect its supply chains and technology, which is really a clash of security and technology policies in a country? And then maybe you could also explain for a non-technical audience what makes the Taiwan chips so important that they could serve the function as a shield.
The first question is that what is the function of the silicon shield in terms of the national security? So as you said, this disruption possibility of the advanced chip supply made by the Taiwan is really crucial and important for all of the world. So some key countries will spontaneously help the Taiwan in case of its national security, such as military threats or some natural disasters. So I think that the silicon shield have some effectiveness in those kind of the purpose, but I think there is also kind of the decrease in the possibility and the effectiveness of the silicon shield policy. Because of, as I said, the US government basically does not like the monopoly in this advanced technology, so they will make some diversification in this ecosystem for the semiconductor supply chain. So if Taiwanese government just stick to this silicon shield policy, means that they will work as some double-edged sword. So we need to think about that. The second question is that why it is important and why it is so effective, the Taiwanese chip. The first one is that Taiwanese semiconductor chip has the most the capacity, the highest yield, highest efficiency, and the most diversity, spanning from the power chips, communication chips, and to the AI-specific chips. So unfortunately, we have some competitors such as Samsung Electronics in South Korea, but I think that they have some limitations in supplying some of these kind of the customer specific chips, not as much as the Taiwanese companies. So Taiwanese the semiconductor companies are really good at to meeting this kind of the customer specific chips in time and in capacity. That makes the successfulness of the Taiwanese semiconductor.
Fantastic, thank you very much. I think we're joined by Professor Shelley Rigger online. Is she online?
I think so.
Hello, Shelley. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and then this is Drew Thompson speaking, not Wang Dingyu. We will pose a question to you at the end, and then we'll go to comments from the floor. So please, the floor is yours.
Sure, thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you, sort of. I wish I were actually with you for real in Taipei, but instead it's here after midnight on the east coast of the US, so if I don't do a very good job, please blame it on the late hour. I think much of what I would say has already been said. The importance of Taiwan, why Taiwan matters to the US, to Japan, to other partners around the world has evolved over time, but I think there are probably about three trends or themes in Taiwan's importance over the decades. One is this kind of political importance or strategic importance. Initially, after World War II, Taiwan was important because it was an anti-communist bulwark, right? It was the place where the expansion of communism in East Asia stopped. And throughout the Cold War, that was an important part of the US, certainly, rationale for supporting Taiwan. But in the 1960s and 70s, Taiwan also picked up a lot of significance as a trading partner for the US and as a manufacturing platform that allowed US consumers to enjoy light consumer goods at a much lower price than would otherwise have been required because of the opportunity to manufacture in Taiwan. After that, another theme emerged, so there's the sort of geopolitical theme and economic theme. The third theme emerging in the 1980s and especially in the 1990s was Taiwan's emergence as a democratic ally of the United States. Not a formal ally, but joining the community of, if you will, free nations, democratically ruled nations. And that was especially powerful for the United States because Taiwan exemplified the success of US democracy promotion. And I think Taiwan has remained inordinately valuable to the US and to the democratic world in the decades since, because during a period of what many political scientists have identified as democratic recession, right, or retrogression, Taiwan has remained a vibrant and robust democracy. So even under very difficult circumstances, Taiwan would seem to be showing that the claims of the non-democratic countries or the countries that may think of themselves as democratic but are not generally thought of in that way abroad, at least in the US, Western Europe, Japan, Australia. The idea that autocracies function better, they perform better, they're more capable of solving the problems of the modern era, that claim doesn't hold up in the face of Taiwan's continued success. So most recently, as Dr. Kwan was just describing, the economic theme is really back in the form of the Silicon Shield and the whole semiconductor industry. I think actually Taiwan's industrial base is substantially broader than semiconductors alone. I mean, that is obviously the most strategic industry for Taiwan and the one that has gotten the most attention. But we actually get a lot of great stuff from Taiwan. And we would miss more than just semiconductors if that worst case scenario that Mr. Kato was speaking about were to come to pass. At the same time, as the economic theme has reemerged, the Cold War theme, the geopolitical logic has also reemerged in the conversation, certainly in the US and I think beyond the US. But it has emerged in a manner that I think is somewhat ominous and needs to be very carefully examined and not uncritically embraced by people in Taiwan. So in the original Cold War, Taiwan was a partner to the US because it was anti-communist. Today, voices in the US are less likely to directly link Taiwan's geostrategic importance to the type of regime, the nature of the PRC state and to associate it with the existence of a strong China in any form, right? It's no longer about communism, it's about China rising. And there are real dangers to Taiwan in allowing its importance to be understood primarily in terms of its role as, to quote Ivan earlier, a geostrategic linchpin or some kind of strategic asset for the US. Back in the 1950s, many Taiwanese understood that being an unsinkable aircraft carrier for the United States against China carried risks for Taiwan. And I think the re-emergence of that kind of logic carries risks for Taiwan today. One risk is that by elevating Taiwan to a matter of geostrategic importance or even a linchpin function for the United States and its allies in the region, this inflames Beijing because it is the US or voices within the US actually acknowledging or affirming a PRC fear, which is that the US seeks to contain China. So it's one thing for Chinese to believe that the US is trying to contain China because they believe logically that it must be so. It's something else for Americans to admit it, right? And I think there are risks for Taiwan in that. It's also dangerous for Taiwan because this geostrategic rationale can overwhelm all other logics for the defense of Taiwan and can render Taiwan a pawn in a political conflict or military even conflict between the existing hegemonic power and a rising power. And in the process of becoming a pawn, Taiwan loses its agency to determine its own future. So whether mainland China is determining Taiwan's future or the United States is determining Taiwan's future by absorbing Taiwan into a larger geopolitical struggle, Taiwan loses its self-determination either way. So I think it's seductive for Taiwan to be pulled into this kind of embrace by folks in the US who say Taiwan is very important to us for this geostrategic reason. But I think Taiwanese need to be very careful about being pulled into that embrace because there are risks. There's risk of being dragged into conflict, and there's also the risk of being abandoned if the US decides that its interests lie elsewhere. So I think, the Taiwanese need to continue to stress their value to the US as an ideological and values partner, as a systemic partner, as a liberal democracy, a market economy, and a progressive society, and not to be reduced to an aircraft carrier, sinkable or unsinkable. And I think that's my 10 minutes.
Thank you, Professor. I'm actually struggling to frame a question here, but everything you said resonates with me. The number of times I engage with Chinese counterparts who describe Taiwan as a card, you didn't use that term, but it's certainly one that they use. You identified the risk of Taiwan losing its agency, effectively becoming a pawn. What should Taiwan do specifically to maximize their own agency, to build their own resilience, to avoid that outcome?
Yeah, it's difficult. one thing I think that is helpful is for Taiwanese to be honest with interlocutors from elsewhere, especially from the US, when it's not in Taiwan's interest or it's not comfortable or suitable for Taiwan to receive some kind of gesture of what is understood to be friendship but might actually not be helpful. I think our Taiwanese friends need to be able and willing to say, you know, it's not, this isn't as helpful as you think it is. I think it's important for Taiwan to get its message out fully in the United States and not to restrict its message to American constituencies, to a message of we're just super important and whatever you give us is going to be great, but to be willing to acknowledge the peril that Taiwan is in and the ways in which sometimes not inflaming the PRC may in fact be in Taiwan's interest. And I think Taiwan, you know, always the same advice to any country that's experiencing difficulty. Keep your own house in order, right? Right now, Taiwan's domestic political situation is frightening to me, actively frightening, because the lack of a sense of common purpose or even commitment to democratic institutions feels like it is at the edge of causing observers from the outside to wonder, like, you know, is it worth it anymore when it seems as if Taiwanese politicians, at least, I don't think this is true of the society at all, but the political class seems more interested in doing battle with one another than in actually preparing for the defense of their country.
Thank you, Shelley. That's a great observation. It's not enough to just be a democracy. You have to be a good democracy to resonate. I also appreciate you echoing Ambassador Kraft's earlier message about increasing your defense spending, to put it bluntly, to ensure your own agency and that you don't become a pawn of either of the great powers. So according to the clock here, we have about 7 minutes left, which gives us some time to talk to the audience, to get audience questions. Is that accurate? Okay, I'll assume it's accurate. There was somebody waving a sign that was warning of impending disaster from the clock. Let me take a question here. Do we have a microphone? Please.
I actually have 2 questions, and I realize that there may only be time for one of them to be addressed. And the first one is for Kato-san. And you talk about creating a hybrid Indo-Pacific center of excellence to strengthen resilience. How would you, this is a great concept, but it's, how would you populate this alliance, and how would it work? Is this one of these dreadful yearly meetings in alternate capitals where people talk about cliches and ends up being another one of the alphabet soup agencies? Or in other words, what kind of teeth can you put into this organization? And the other one is something that I'm sure can't be answered easily, so I'll just throw it out for a lunch discussion or something like that. And that is, what's wrong with the idea of containing China? Think about it. If you have, for example, if you have an outbreak of a disease, you want to contain it, right? During the Cold War, we counterposed containment with rollback. And rollback meant you wanted to push the Soviet Union out of Eastern Europe and East Germany, et cetera, et cetera. Containment meant you simply wanted to keep the communist menace from progressing further. And what we want, being blunt, is to contain the Chinese menace from expanding further into the Indian Ocean, into the South Pacific, etc. So maybe we just ought to sit back and admit it and stop letting the Chinese act as if containment means overthrowing a regime and replacing it with a democracy. Anyhow, like I said, that's for a long discussion at lunch. And meanwhile, I would like to hear what Kanto-san has to say about populating his center.
That's a critical question. What I think is the purpose of this new framework is to threefold. One is to find a way to have common strategic awareness of hybrid threats across the region. And second, to produce effective countermeasures, including military capabilities and non-military civil society resilience. And three, and finally, to create a new regional framework for cooperation and joint actions. But as you imply, every country faces a hybrid threat of different types and levels, especially in this region. And each one requires different countermeasures. So cooperation or joint action between the states on such issues will offer some solutions, but the incongruities in regional states, perception of China, the main source of hybrid threat, complicates this option. So my proposal is, I'm not proposing to create a really solid membership organization as the EU and NATO has established, but it's a loose kind of organization where each country can join and pick and choose the kind of lessons or any kind of assets through this organization based on their strategic needs. And the biggest question that I still have not found a solution to is who's going to take the lead. And I made this presentation to a couple of conferences, which include EU and Southeast Asian countries. And my proposal was, I intentionally didn't talk about it today, but my proposal was to let the United States take the lead. But both EU and Southeast Asian countries strongly oppose my idea. So I'm trying to figure out what's the best way. But I'm really honest about it. Thank you.
Kanto-san, what you're describing is leadership. We have about 2 minutes. Let me turn to Ivan to maybe take a whack at the containment question.
Yeah, I guess I'll start by saying I very much agree with June, and Shelley knows this. I don't agree with Professor Rigger, and I think I can wrap those two in one thing: is that if we can't state things that are essentially, I think, to me, factual, then we have a huge problem. We're going to create, and we live in one now, I would argue, a global architecture that is Orwellian in nature. In other words, if Assistant Secretary Ratner can't testify to Congress in late 2021 and say this is a military geostrategic place, whatever it is he said, and exactly what his boss then said in 2023 that I quoted later, then we live in an Orwellian world. We just do. And if we want to accept that, I guess that's fine. I don't. And I think the Biden administration is doing the same thing with the word containment. They're saying everything but containment. Everyone thinks it's containment, but we refuse to say the word. We're going to shape the external environment around China. That's literally the words we use. We're going to create these plurilateral. We're going to make, chop the influence of China from expanding its influence in third countries. It sounds a lot like containment. So I think it's dangerous for us to kind of play that game, because where does it end if our goal is to not inflame Beijing? In that case, then, what happens when we respect that, then the DPP can't exist because they denied the 92 consensus. Because when you do that, you're inflaming Beijing. So where do you stop that? Where's the line? And I think if we have our own values, then we just speak truth.
Professor Kwan, can I give you 30 seconds to think about the containment question and what it would mean for semiconductors? Is it possible, or is it desirable, or would it be disastrous? 30 seconds.
In short, in semiconductor or the other technologies, the containment means the diversification of the technology roadmap and the standards. So if the U.S. government or the other U.S. allies would like to make a kind of this containment against China, it means that it will start with this standard, only focusing on the U.S. and U.S. allies.
Professor Rigger, assuming you're still with us online, do you want to take 30 seconds to respond to Ivan and also the question about containment and sort of, if you're there?
Yeah. I would just say Taiwan has a lot to lose. And, so the U.S. also has a lot to lose, but not as much as Taiwan. So if I were in Taiwan, I would be asking myself, how far do I want to travel on this road? And am I prepared to be pulled along by someone else's interests? And maybe that's the right answer, but again, Taiwan has a lot to lose.
I will not stand between you and lunch. So with that, I will conclude the panel and thank everyone for their participation.
Thank you so much for your inspiring insight. I think last but not least, we should take a group photo once again before close. And with our another discussion, Ms. Shelley Ridger. Okay, please come forward. All right, I think we would like to invite our speaker online. Okay, never mind. Okay, let's take a group photo before close. Thanks to for discussants for their insight this session. Also, thanks to Mr. Drew Thompson for replacing Legislator Wong to moderate this conversation. Thank you so much. Okay, and ladies and gentlemen, afterwards.
男人努力工作，为了家庭奔波。Herman Organic 天然植物精华，自在享受人生。美国知名品牌，值得信赖。男人的健康，我们用心守护。